Hello, everybody. What's going on? How is everybody doing?
Yeah, sorry about the jump scare. Yeah, welcome in. Yeah, Oshik, you were crazy fast. You were in here before you even had a chance to put the Discord notification up. Yeah, Ham, welcome in. Bender, how's everybody doing? You're saying, how do I make my sounds? Sorry, they're so annoying. You mean just the process of making sounds, not my sounds, I'm assuming? Yeah, it's annoying. It can be for sure. There's a lot of times where I work on a sound and then I spend like an hour on it and I'm just like, this sucks. And I just completely restart. But, I've gotten a lot of practice with doing audio stuff. You know, I've been making YouTube videos for, oh God, for a long time. So that requires a lot of audio editing. But yeah, I mean, the way that I usually do it, if I can easily record a sound, it doesn't require me to like leave my bedroom, then I'll go do that. But most of the time, this is not very practical, and I don't have a good microphone that like works on mobile, like that I can carry around, you know, out and about. So what I usually do, let's go here. I use Freesound for a lot of sounds. If you just sort by Creative Commons 0, then you don't have to worry about any licensing stuff. Because Creative Commons 0 is essentially as close to public domain as you can get. Because you can look at what this license is, right? It's public domain. So it's essentially saying no rights, do anything you want, which is great. So yeah, I'd recommend using Freesound because there are a lot of sounds on Freesound, and there's over 379,000 sounds, so there's quite a bit. So yeah, you can get a lot of stuff here, and what I tend to do when I make sounds is get multiple sounds and layer them on top of each other, right? And I think that's usually a good way to make sounds. Because you're never gonna probably find the exact sound you want, but if you layer it with something else, you can kind of make a new sound, so. But yeah. Audacity, my beloved. Yeah, I have been using Audacity recently, which has been good. I have also used DaVinci, but it has some weird export problems with Godot when it does WAVs, so Audacity does not. So I've been trying to use that instead. I like you just layer comment sounds in BFXR, yeah. BFXR can work, or JSFXR, or any of those variants. I find that, you know, digital sounds like that, when it comes to sound effects, even if it's like a pixel art retro game, I prefer the realistic, real sounds, you know what I mean? I just think it sounds... I'm better able to connect to a real sound than I am like a cartoony boing sound, you know what I mean? So, that's what I think. Let's see, Fender. I went to my friend's house to play a board game called Deep Regrets. Oh yeah? Enjoyed it, and even though I've been liking board games for a while, I discovered that some of them have solo modes. Oh yeah. Huh. No, that's pretty cool. I didn't even know that board games had, like, there were board games that were... I mean, the only, like, game like that I can think of that's solo is, like, Solitaire. That's kind of cool. Yeah, that's really cool to have a single-player mode like that. You just made a sound manager and set up my buses? Nice. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I always do, like, usually 4 buses. I've got master, sound effects, music, and then UI as a separate bus. I could see doing a lot more buses, too. You know, if you wanted to have, like, classify sounds like Minecraft does. You got, like, explosion sounds and entity sounds, blah, blah, blah. Maybe one day I'll do that. Like, very realistic. Sometimes I can't find anything. Like, I look up death sound. It's a man who sounds constipated, so I just layer. Yeah, I mean, you have to be pretty creative when it comes to making sounds, because you have to think about, like, obviously I think it's goofy when you just put a you know, sound in when somebody dies. So you know, I always think of, like, what is happening when the player dies, you know? So it's like, if they're, like, falling to the ground, then some good, like, you know, hit on the dirt, I think works good. And just some, you know, maybe a fancy sound if like someone's stabbing you with a sword or something. You do like a and you know what I mean.
I didn't know you had TTS.
So.
This is cool. Hello.
yeah. I got that. I actually do the TTS through Godot. I'm just using my computer narrator voice and just do that as the TTS. So it would be fun if I could install new voices though, because I just have the default guy. We'll see. Yeah, I probably like the goofy sounds more. That's fair. I mean, every sound has a time and place, I think. It depends really a lot on the kind of game you're making too. It would not work at all if you used like retro sounds like JSFXR and something that's, you know, aiming to be realistic, because it would just not work. So that matters a lot. Scoundrel's pretty fun. Is that a game? Scoundrel game. Also, welcome in, Zach. How's it going? We're gonna do tactic-toe stuff. Oh yeah, there's a card game. Scoundrel. I feel like No, I have not seen this before, I don't think. It sounds familiar, though. So what do you do? It's a solo card roguelite. Yeah. Kinda cool. It's got all these different cards and stuff. Mutators. Yeah. Ogre. Yeah, not a PC game? Oh. Oh yeah, it was created in 2011. Oh, so it uses a regular deck, which is really interesting. That's kind of fun. So you could just play it. Yeah, like a physical card game. I'll search card game specifically. I can't find like any like website with the info on it. Maybe this one? Well, this is like Scoundrel, but here. So you'd have to know what all these different like cards mean. So I guess you'd just have to read the rules and be like, okay, this is the room over here. And then weapons. That's kind of crazy. Yeah. It'd be cool if they made a deck for this game that was like, changed the icons of all the cards so it's easier to tell what's happening. I just moved to Madrid, so a game dev job or internship would be great. Oh, yeah. Yeah, since it's big cities, I want to finish this up against something in my portfolio that's not jam games. Yeah. That's definitely a good idea, I think. Yeah, I mean, a big thing if you're ever trying to get a game dev job, it's a pretty good idea to be able to like say, yes, I have made a game before, right? Because that's exactly what they're looking for. So yeah, I think that's a great plan, is get something solid on your resume. It will certainly help. It's Illusionary Moon, thank you for the follow. I always like playing little-known Steam games, but I'm scared they're viruses, so I'm paranoid. Yeah, I wouldn't be, like, super worried. I mean, definitely something I would do is if there's at least a couple reviews, just go give those a quick glance. Because if anyone's had an issue, I'm sure they will probably leave a review. I'm pretty sure that Steam does some virus checking. They probably just don't announce it to developers, right? Because otherwise, how would Steam... Like, I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often, you know? So... yeah. There's only been a couple of times that, at least that it's been like a public thing, where there's been malware in games. But when you think about how many games get released on Steam, it's like 100 games every day. It's insane. There's so many games on Steam, so... yeah, very fun, but when you know the strategy, it's pretty easy. Yeah, it's fair. I like board games. I always play them on Tabletopia because I'm broke. Oh yeah. Yeah, board games are kind of expensive. I don't know. There you go. Yeah, fix it. But yeah, anyways. Cool stuff, though. Alright, so... this is layered in. Let's go to Tic-Tac-Toe. Ooh. So there's a couple things that I want to do today. The fire not update its texture. I thought I saved the new fire texture. I did. How are these still old? Oh, that's on the tile set. Those ones aren't real. Okay, I don't have to worry about that. So we've been importing new textures and stuff in that Zach has done. We've got a palm tree over here. Palm tree. We can choose the offsets on these. I think the offset's mostly okay. Let's bring it down a little bit more. Or up, I guess. Minus 128, maybe? Let's see where we're at there. Oh yeah, that's like perfect. So there's our palm trees. Quite epic. And then all these have like green outlines. I think we should go with a darker green now, just because it's a different sprite. So let's go with, we can go grab a color directly from the palette, but something like that would probably be fine. And it should do its randomizing and flipping. Let's go see what it looks like. You had Tactical open for like 3 days straight or something. That tends to happen a lot because sometimes I don't get back to my computer after I go eat because I've got a bunch of stuff to do. And then I just kind of leave it open for a day. Yeah, there's our new trees. Whoa, what's going on there? That's peculiar. What is that? There's something a little weird about our outline shader, I've noticed. Like sometimes it causes weird weird artifacting, and I'm not really sure why. I'm gonna have to figure that out. But how long have I been making games? I mean, I've been making them for a long time, but not like in a serious capacity. The first game that I worked on was in 2017, but I was only like 12, so I was kind of stupid and like didn't know what I was doing. And then eventually the first like commercial game I started working on was Pogo Rocket, I think in 2020. Otherwise, before that point, it was just random little throwaway projects that I always abandoned. In this game, finally, the problem was I also started university in 2020, so like I was really busy doing stuff and didn't have a lot of time to actually make this game. But it came out in 2023, and I was done after that. I was like, okay, let's not work on that game anymore. Because I did early access for some reason, and that was a big mistake. And then I made the same exact mistake with early access with Starground. Let's go. But, yeah. It's kind of hard to make a game like Starground without early access, if we're being real. So, I'm not sure. But yeah, anyways, since about 2017, but if you count, like, professionally, then since, like, 2020. But it's not like I was profitable in 2020. I only started making money in 2024 after Starground got released, so that's pretty much it. Yeah, new project. We've been messing around with it. How do you find motivation when the art doesn't feel right? Well, it can be hard. I mean, it really is just a case of you gotta rework sprites until it does feel right, you know? I mean, that's at least what I think. And it happens all the time with stuff, like with, Lured In, I do a sprite and then I don't like how it looks, you know? So it's pretty normal. I think the big thing with drawing sprites and stuff with the art is like, don't like spend too much time on your initial version of a sprite, because odds are you're going to want to go back and tweak it and refine it anyways. So what I tend to do with stuff in like Lured In is I draw something up and I just throw it into the game, and I don't worry about it too much. Because the thing is I can just go back later, and if I come up with a better idea or like know what I want to do to tweak a sprite, then I just go and do it. So, but yeah, that's what I would say is like, do multiple iterations on your art assets. And the same really goes for probably 3D and texturing and all that kind of stuff, you know? Art is something that like, it's hard to just define right at the beginning and say, this is the art that we're doing, and then stick with it consistently. You've got to kind of like as the game progresses and the gameplay evolves, you continually tweak and update and push the art up with everything else too. So a lot of it, I mean, really to me comes down to less so like motivation, but just the way that I approach it. Yeah, it's tricky though. I mean, motivation in general with game development is always one of the biggest challenges, so. I forgot I entered the Brackies game jam, and I just realized I entered it. Oh, yeah. When is the Brackies one? Didn't that already happen or something? Or is there another one coming soon? Brackies game jam. I can't type right now, guys. Oh, there's a second Brackies game jam. Okay. I don't really like the ones that are a week long, so I'm definitely not doing this one. It's too long for me. With games, I'm either like, I'm gonna work on it for 6 months, or I'm gonna do it for 3 days. Like, I don't like the in-between games, because I feel like it's too long to do it over just a weekend and not worry about it, but then it's too short to like really expand out and do what I want for the actual release of the jam. So, it's hard to say. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, this is cool though. If people want to do a week-long jam, this is a great option. It already started too. Oh, okay, yeah, so I don't want to join midway. But I will be doing the Down to Jam one. So if anyone wants to join in, you can develop alongside me. Yeah, this one's always good. And I like that it's only like 3 days long. It's just nice and short and reasonable, so... Yeah, both of the games I did one, which is freaking crazy. Because I did Intelligence Required, and then also the other one, which is the train game. Wherever that went. It's somewhere here. Coal Keeper. You can see both of them were overall... Where is it? First place. Actually, this one got... Oh wait, these are second. How do I know which one is first? Excuse me. But yeah, this one won, and then also Intelligence Required got first place overall. Kind of insane. Anyways, I didn't expect to win twice. But I didn't do the third Down to Jam because I was really busy with Lurden at that point because it was earlier in the year, around like April or something, and I was just like, I don't quite have the time for this one right now. But we'll do the fourth. I need to deal with my freaking strands of hair, guys. I might go get my little hairband. I will return in a moment. I'm back. Anyways, let me put this on. Yo, think for the cheese time. So you did some translations for the site? Let's go. Very cool. Nice. Not fond of game jams? I mean, that's fair. It's not for everybody. I do like game jams, but only like specific ones. The Game Maker's Toolkit one is always usually pretty good, GMTK. I've done that one a few times. And Down to Jam, honestly, is probably my favorite so far. It's just cool because it's like I know a lot of the people in this jam, which is always really fun. And like, all the games are always epic. I don't know, GMTK, it's fine, but it's like everybody. It's like the biggest jam. But I like how this one's kind of smaller in a way. I don't know. And it's got like a good time frame, you know, it's only like 3 days, and theme voting, and Adagon's constantly updating the site and making it epic, so that's another cool thing. I mean, look at all of this stuff. Like, every time I go on here, it's like, it got like 10 new things. It's kind of insane. But, yeah, there's a lot. He's got like all of this stuff. What is all this? You can create like, that's site documentation. Quilts. I saw this. You can like put things onto this shared canvas. I think this one already ended, I think. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. And then what is this? Collections? You can create like, yeah, collections of stuff. There's also like a radio, stream safe radio, which is really cool. Unbelievable. There's so much stuff. You can just see all the music in here. I did some music for this game. What was the music I did for Cold Keeper? I don't even like remember. I did do some. Where is it? Can I search? I can search by genres. There's so much stuff. I don't know where it is. It's not appearing. Is it not on here? Maybe I didn't upload that track or something. Thought I did. I have no idea. I feel bad because like all of the songs that I did are like kind of the same song but just slightly like a slight variation of it. So like you play through all these in the playlist and it's like practically the same one every time. Let's see if I can turn this down. Oh god. There's no volume slider. That's not ideal. But then there's that one, and then shop is just the same thing with just the drums. And then the game over is practically the same one, but I just slowed it down and added a little sad melody. I guess Infomercial is actually a different song. But it's kind of trash. So, anyways. Ugh. That's why I don't make music for the main games, guys. I only do it because I have to, you know? So. Anyways. I'll stop getting distracted. I apologize. Also, Griffix, you said just watch the trailer for Starground. Looks very well done. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's awesome. So what do we want to work on right now? One thing we do need to do is the sand, right? Because that's not done right now. So I kind of want to do that. Cheese. Yeah. I heart cheese. If we ever do merch, I need an I heart cheese shirt.
Good afternoon/evening.
Yo, what's up, Ryan? How's it going? Welcome in. Oh yeah, also Nick, thank you for the gifted sub and also the shoutouts and stuff. That's very epic. I saw it on my notifications. Thank you so much. I'll have to pop in. It's unfortunate because a lot of the times I think when you're streaming, I'm also streaming, but yeah. It was a random one? Oh yeah. Well, still, either way, I appreciate it. Wish I knew how to make good music. Well, your music is epic. What are you talking about? You do know how to make good music. Like the one track on the stream is a banger. It's kind of unironically a banger, right? It sounds goofy, but it is kind of fire. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, so many music ideas for the current game I'm working on, but no. You have the talent, don't worry. I feel the same way though, like I don't know how to make good music. The Delve theme is epic. I do actually like it, yeah. It's good because it's like... It sounds mysterious, which is what I wanted for the main theme, because it's like kind of like... The whole game is about learning and discovering things, right? And documenting, so I actually do think it works really well. Oh, you know, I get 2 banger emotes? Yeah, I get the solar panel and the cat, let's go. Yeah, it's really good though. And then also the one in the stream, I can't remember what it's called, but it plays sometimes. I'll have to go find it in here. Oh yeah, Lost and Found. This one. Yeah, this one's a banger. Oh yeah, Docs. This one I forgot. What do you mean? This is crazy. This is awesome, dude. It's sick. Yeah. Nah, it's all good though. I know how you feel. Because when I have to make music for the game jams, I'm like, God, this music sucks, but I have to do it. You know? So yeah. Yeah, I think it just all comes down to practice. Like, if I made more music all the time, I would probably be better at it. But I just don't. Lost and Found may actually enter the new game? Oh, let's go. Yeah, that'd be sick. Yeah, might as well use it for stuff, right? So, I'm thinking about how we want to do the sand tiles. I think what we'll do for this game is just have all of the different tile types just sitting there, right? So, I don't know if that's going to be a problem or not. I don't know. We're going to have to figure this out. Let's duplicate this and call this one sand, right? And doing that, we're also going to have to duplicate this tile set. Unless I merge all these together in one big sheet. But actually, why don't I just add a new... I think you can add like a new atlas or whatever, a new texture. Because I can use the same resource, but just use a different atlas. I can't seem to duplicate one, unfortunately, but... did I not add in? Oh, there it is. New sand. Yeah, sure. Automatically create them. So now we got this new one over here. And you can see now the atlas ID is 1. So we'll just do it that way. So we can use the same material. Okay. And now we do stuff. So how do I want to do this? I guess I don't do anything on this tile set. It's just visual, so we just kind of leave it. And then let's go into our 5x5 map. And there's something I need to change here because the grid, that's kind of like the play area where I want people to play on. But that is not... I want to be able to choose the play area differently from the terrain. So probably going to add in a new tile set, tile map layer, and call this one terrain, right? Like that. And that'll probably be below everything, so now I can use this one. Probably just use a whole new tile set for this, I suppose. Probably be easiest. We'll throw in an atlas. We'll use this one, but... Oh my god. What is it doing? Oh my god. Stop. It made the tiles 16 pixels. Oh my god. Okay. What are you doing, Godot? And then we're going to heavily edit that tile set now because it's not the same thing anymore. So let's go to that texture. Yo, Oil Paper Astro, what's up? It's becoming beautiful. Thank you. That's all Zach's work, so... Yeah, I think it's looking pretty good. Let's go into... this guy. We're just going to delete all these extra tiles we don't need in here anymore. But we will keep some. We'll keep all those custom tiles, right? But now what I want to do in here is... we're just going to have some tiles in here to define whether the terrain is grass or sand. Snap to grid. There we go. Boop. So just like that. Save it. Go into here. So now I can go into here. Can I just remove... What is this tile? There's nothing there, I don't think. Here, you know what? Let's just use the same thing here. Grasslands. Copy. Go back on terrain, paste, and then let's remove and fully transparent areas. Okay, and then now we're gonna give this 2 more data layers. So we're gonna give it grass and sand. This is gonna be a bool. So that's going to be grass. This is going to be sand, just so we know which one is which. Yeah. Good man. What about you? Still hot in America? Yes, sir. It hasn't gotten any colder. It's actually gotten a little hotter. I mean, well, maybe super recently, like the last week, it's been a tiny bit better, but better as in it's still completely incompatible with life. Let me check the weather. Right now, as we speak, it is 90 degrees. Which is 32 Celsius. And it's going to be about that temp almost every day for the next 10 days. There's one day in here where it drops a bit. Wednesday, where it's going to be 82 F, which is only 27. So that's pretty nice. We had rain here in North Italy for 2 days. We got 18 C at night. Yeah, see, the thing is that here usually it dips pretty low at night. Because on Wednesday, it's going to dip down to 58, which is 14 Celsius. But during the day, it's just... I don't go outside during the day. It's too hot. I will boil. The only time I go outside is at night. So... I had up to 39 C all the way until last week. Oh, that's crazy. What is that? That's like... Yeah, it's pretty hot. Yeah, we had a couple days that were up in the mid 100s, which, bad. 16 C for you right now, Ashik. Yeah, that is like perfect temperature. It's pretty nice. Outside is dangerous anyway. Sun, grass, people. I know. It's scary. I don't want to go outside. I mean, I do kind of wish I could go outside, but it's literally just too hot. I can't. So, and the UV index is like crazy, you know? It's like, I mean, it's literally like dangerous to be outside. Okay, so let's try this. So now we can just draw where we want these tiles. So like we put the grass here and the sand here, and then in our world node, now this is going to be sand. So I'm going to give this a new thing here, which is a at export bar, right? Tile type. Yeah. And both of these are going to have the same base grid. So let's go make sure the other one is set to that. Just going to be sand.base grid is equal to tiles and sand.auto tile. Alrighty. And tile type. It's going to be a string. We'll just say by default it's grass. And we're going to have to check if those tiles are what they say they are. So it's a bit cold. Dude, if it was 60 degrees every day, that would be heavenly. My ideal temperature is like 40 to 60 degrees. Anything higher than that, and it's uncomfortable. Like, you know, day by day living temperature 65 is probably ideal. But in terms of just doing stuff outside, 60 and below. Yeah. Ideal temperature is 20 to 25. Let's see what that would be. I mean, like, those temps aren't bad. Anything above, like, 68 for me, though, and it starts to get uncomfortable. Like, obviously, I'm okay in, like, 75 degrees, but then I'm just sort of like, ugh. I wish it was colder. I don't know. I'm just cold-coded. I've always liked the cold. I don't wear shorts unless it's below freezing. You know, 32 Fahrenheit. Or, I mean, I'm saying I don't wear pants until it's below 32. I wear shorts because it's too hot. But yeah. So I should be able to set this now. We call that one grass. This one's sand. I don't know if this is gonna work, but we'll try. It's not the temperature, it's the humidity. Here it's high as we're below the sea level where I live. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, that's why like living somewhere like Florida would probably suck so bad, because super high humidity all the time and super high heat. I think that would just be wretched. But somewhere like Washington, even though there is a lot of humidity there, it's really cold, so it feels, I bet it would be pretty nice, because it's like that perfect temperature range for me, like 40 to 60 degrees, and then also finally humidity. My skin will stop cracking, my sinuses will clear. One day, guys. Washington. We'll see. I'm pants coated. I will not use shorts until I'm dying of overheating. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm the exact other way around. I will wear shorts until it's so freezing that my legs ice up. So. Use pants and t-shirt while going to school at -2 once. I do that all the time, dude. Yeah. I never wear long sleeve shirts ever. Sometimes I'll bring a jacket if it's below freezing. You know, 32 and below, 0 below, and C. But otherwise it's just too hot. I mean, if I'm like sitting there in place and it's around freezing, then it would be pretty cold. But if I'm walking, then it's too hot. I don't know, guys. I'm fricked up. I wish I would like the heat because it's hot everywhere. But I don't know. So down in here, I want to check. Now we can just check if it is the right tile. So we get if it has those coordinates, and also now we'll do a different thing. Also, this is kind of stupid the way I'm doing this. Let's just say our collision, right, is an array. I mean, to be fair, I didn't really make this code. I kind of adapted it from another script, but now it's dumb. And then for I in neighbors, right, we just do this. And then say collision dot push back result. So it'll be false by default. And then I want to say if, you know, base cells that minus I. So if it has that, and I need to check what the data is at that spot too. So I'm going to have to say base grid dot get cell tile data. So here, let's just do this. Var cell is that. And then we say it's cell. Actually, if I do that and it doesn't have it, it'll just return null. So this is an easy way to do this. Because I can just say if tile data and always push back result. Tile data dot get meta. And we have to say tile type, right? Then say result is true. So that should work now, and it should know we can get rid of all this garbage and just put this in as collision. Boom. Yo, thank for the hydrate. I appreciate it. I'll do with water because sometimes people don't accept other liquids. Okay. So I think this will work. It's going to make sure that it's the same tile type, because otherwise if it's not, it will stop. Okay. Let's go give this a try. I don't really know what's going to happen here. Oh, I have to hide that layer once it's done. Oh, did I say tile? Stupid, guys. Okay. Oh, and default has to be false. mean, that is what I'm... That's like metadata, right? Sure. It's a custom data layer. Is that different from get meta? Oh, it is. Whoops. Okay. Let's do that instead. And then when it's all done, all said and done, let's go into map. And I just want to make sure that this terrain grid actually goes away. So we just say function ready, make it invisible, right? Boom. Let's go try this out. Okay. Didn't do anything. I know why. I know exactly why. So we need to go into the world. And I'm giving it the wrong tile set now. Because I have to give it var terrain. Oops, ver. If no terrain. And do that as the base grid. Okay, this better work. Oh, what happened? Oh, I'm using the wrong atlas. And it did some weird stuff, man. It looked like the grass worked okay. Perhaps. But the sand... So how do I get it to use the new atlas? Right. So when I say set cell, I can put in the, what is it? The source ID is what it's called. Is that what source ID is? I guess so. So we'd want to set source ID for 0 for grass and 1 for new sand. So let's go do this. So int 0. So instead of using 0 in set cell, we'll use the source ID, which on grass is 0, and then on sand it's going to be 1. Try this again. Okay, sand should go behind the grass. What is going on? Oh, it's like, I think it's flipped. Or something. Something horrifically wrong has happened. How did it end up getting flipped? Oh, because I'm pushing back. That's what's going on. I have to, like, push to the front. So how do I add something to the front? Front? No. I guess just insert at 0. Let's try that again. Well, you would think that wouldn't make any sense, though. I don't know. Let's go try this. Oh, okay, that does work just fine, actually. Look at that, guys. It's doing the terrain stuff. Freaking epic. It actually looks okay. I thought I was worried that there was going to be some gaps along here, that you were going to see like bits of the water peeking out, but I don't see any, so I think we're fine. Cool. Epic. Now we just go add that overlay shader back on top, and then our terrain works again. Very cool. So yeah, this will be easy then to add in new types of terrain, which is great. So hey, Economy Colonel, welcome in. How are you doing? What's going on? So let's go select these tiles. We've got the grass overlay. We're just going to duplicate that and do sand overlay. Oh, apparently it already exists. Whoops. Select all these. Sand overlay. Ka-chow. All right. The terrain of green screen, yeah. Okay, now it's not anymore. Yeah, we do need to upscale this sand texture because it's still very tiny and low res. So it looks weird. But yeah, we'll have to do that. But yeah, look guys, our sand is back. Let's go. Finally. I'm good. Prototyping a new tiny concept app for a jam. Let's go. What jam are you doing? Snad. Let's go. Hey, Kankles, how's it going? Welcome in. What's going on? What have you been up to? Yeah, this looks pretty good. I don't see any like obvious errors with this, so I guess this will be the new method. Cool. I don't know how I feel about the outlines on the trees. Part of me almost thinks I should just not put them there. Because now that the trees are way more detailed, it's kind of like, do they really need it anymore? Because we got the outline settings here. Let's go into this shader and maybe add in the ability to turn it off, just in case I want to. So I'm just gonna say uniform bool outline. I guess true by default. Put that up there. And then we go down to where you do the outline stuff. Oh god. Which I think is all of this. Border. Noise texture, burning. That's the burning code. So let's do all this. If outline. And then boop. Put all that in there. Now I can turn it off. I can just select the trees and say boop. Stop doing the outline stuff. And then also we need to do the same thing on the vertex. Let's go up into here and say if outline, do that, then yeah. So it seems that that was not what's causing our weird clipping stuff, which is fascinating. But it's good to know. I mean, I still like to be able to turn off the outline, so... But that's interesting. So there's something else in here that's causing the clipping stuff to happen. And my guess would be that's mixing with this burn color, right? And doing some weird stuff there. Yeah, it looks like that's what's happening here. So I should probably just have a way to completely turn that off. It's like if burn, you know, then do it. And then now go up and add that wherever the burn stuff is here. Yeah. Bool burn is equal to true. So now I can turn it off. Okay, well, it's good to know that that's causing a bunch of weird texture issues. So we got to fix that. Oh, it's probably because it doesn't have a noise texture defined. And so it's getting like a weird null texture. Oh. That makes more sense. Whatever. So the outline is totally fine. We can turn that back on. I still don't know how I feel about it, though. I might just turn it off. Also, there's no point in having this allow out of bounds thing, because it's just always going to be true. So, let's get rid of that. Alrighty. Ring the bell of joy and happiness. I might have lured in open, do I? No. Or that was just in here. Yeah, I forgot. Just getting some work done. How's game going? It's going pretty good. Yeah. We worked a lot on lured in yesterday, and now we're just diving back into this and getting some more things done. Doing the, we just got the sand auto tiling stuff set up, so now all we have to do to create a map is just kind of draw in the terrain tiles, and it'll automatically like tile and create it. And this is using a 15 tile system, so it's not using the regular 47 tiles required. It only takes 15, which is way better. So, but yeah, so when we set up the map customization or the map editor, all we really have to do is we'll just have some different layers that you can draw onto. So you can draw like a custom tile onto this layer, you can draw your terrain, and then also define like the area where the game is like a valid piece can be placed. So that should be cool. But yeah, anyways, that'll be fun to start messing with eventually. And just to keep it safe so we have no malware, we're gonna make it so you can only send, like, basically when you export your map that you've created, you're not sending in any serializable objects, so no scenes or anything. You're just gonna be sending in a dictionary of strings. So just saying, this thing is here, and this thing is here, and that's gonna be way safer, so. Yo, thanks for the hydrate. All right, you're gonna go for now. I have to finish off some feedback for a game I tested. Yeah, sounds good. Back later, maybe. Keep up the good work, Mustache Man. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good rest of your day. Sorry if I'm missing stuff in here. Minijam 218 fire. Ooh, well, it goes to plan. I have many a failed jam where no submission was made. Oh, dang. Yeah, I've done that one time. I was doing what jam was it? I think I was doing Lunandare or something, and I just couldn't finish it on time. But yeah, it's unfortunate. If I do a game jam, I'm only using Python and Pygame. Yeah, I mean, you can. That's one thing that's nice about game jams is there's usually never any rules about stuff like that, like what engines you're allowed to use. That would be kind of weird if there was. Learning from Matchmaking, with the map editing and stuff. Yeah, with the malware, I am actually. That's exactly why I'm doing that, because Matchmaking is malware. Well, that's because I bet what they're doing is they're not sending in safe, sanitized lists of data. They're just sending in, hey, here's an object with scripts and code. Never, ever do that. That's how you do bad things to people. I mean, obviously for something like a mod, that's understandable. But, you know, for just a custom map, you don't need all that kind of stuff attached to it. So, also I'm redrawing the arrow here because it's broken. Well, it's like low res. It's not right. So I don't like how I did these corners. I think they're stupid. So I'm gonna fix that. I think I'm gonna go for a sharp arrow instead of a smooth one like I did last time. Okay, so we got this guy. Going to paste it over to here.
Oh my god, it's the Avatar Kappa.
It kind of is, actually, yeah. I didn't even think about that. But it's fine, it's cool. It's totally an intentional reference, guys. What is, oh right, this is not like actually on the same layer. Okay. Step 1 complete. I don't really like how it's visible over here, probably. I mean, I guess it's sort of fine. This is distracting, I don't know. Let's go ahead and merge down. Then I'm just gonna do like the line tool and just kind of, oh god. So it's bulging out, that's okay, we'll just do that. And then let's do a couple highlights around here. Boom. New arrow dropped, guys. Maybe a little bit of anti-aliasing. I don't know if Zach's done any anti-aliasing. I don't think so. Okay, new arrow, guys. I think I'm just going to keep the arrow nice and simple. No need to go over the top. I like how that is. All right. Anyways. Yeah, Metric Chameleon did have some scary malware maps. Because, yeah, they weren't checking, like, they didn't have, like, a verification process for the files you were downloading, like Oshik said. So they would just completely trust and run whatever scripts you attached. So you could just put in a script that is some malware, and it wouldn't do anything about it. So that's just a terrible idea. Should never, ever do that. Yeah, general rule of thumb, guys, if you're making a game and you have UCG, user-generated, or UGC, user-generated content, like the Steam Workshop, don't trust anyone, ever. Assume that everything they try and upload is malware. So. And the way that you check for that stuff or, like, prevent it is just only allow a certain kind of data structure. So just allow a dictionary of strings and do your own internal scripts and stuff to place those things down in a map. That's the way to do it. I can add a reference to Rockmock if you want. How would the reference work? Like, where do you want it? Oh yeah, I also need to add the other overlay to this. I don't know if I have it in here. Might have to go grab that in Discord. Spoilers! Alright. Let me go find that. I was back a ways, wasn't it? Oh boy. It was... Where is it? Maybe it was in here? Hold on, guys. I got this sand layer that we can put on top of this. Actually, I don't know if the sand layer was ever finished. No, the sand layer I don't think was ever created. Okay. Well, that's fine. Add a rock? Yeah, sure. I can throw that in. Yeah. Hey, what's going on in here? Okay. So you want a rock in the game. We can do that. I could arrange this. Yes. A rock, perhaps. We'll do it the same way the tree is, where it's like its own sprite, probably. What kind of rock? Round, sharp, square. Thoughts? Yeah, I don't know. You just do your own normal rock. A rock will suffice. Rock, the rock variety? What? Insane. Maybe one that looks like a rock from Rockmock. Let's go open up Rockmock. Go check it out. Rockmock. I guess I have to run it. Whoa. Crazy. Do I still have a save? I have no idea. This feels like a thing. So this is what the rocks in Rockmock are like? They're just like two little like guys. Yeah. Okay. I gotcha. Let me sit. Oh god. What did I just do? Where did Rockmock go? What? Rockmock's gone. Did it just crash my window? What was that? Okay, well, I got the idea. Yeah, it's too powerful. So it's kind of like two rocks next to each other. Right, rock 1 and rock 2. The rock mock. Let's make it kind of more angular. Let's go here. Oh yeah, rock. Starground's in the credits, oh is it? Let's go. I didn't realize that before. Alright, now we gotta draw rectangles. I guess I'm doing a pretty angular rock design. That's fine. I don't know if this will actually look good. We'll see. I'll probably do like a mid-tone. Usually the rocks I do are very smooth. So I don't know if I'm going to be good at an angular rock or not. But I imagine it's a very similar principle, you know? Similar rules. So like here I'm going to do that. Maybe like a guy there. Fill that guy in. Right in there. I kind of like this sharp, like angular design. It's kind of fun to draw stuff this way. You just like draw shapes, you know? And look at that, I got a rock. That's crazy. I'll probably put a little bit more separation here, though. Yeah. Then now we can go through with our highlights. Every art you draw shapes, I mean, well, it's true, it's true. You know, you are correct in that notion. Adding in our little highlights and stuff. Rock. Then we'll give it the outline, material, and all that. Okay. I guess this is rock. We'll see if it's up to Zach's standards. I don't know. Zach is totally always so mean to me, guys. Like, every time I draw a sprite, Zach, like, calls me and yells at me every time. It's pretty scary. Not real, guys. I have to be careful what I say, because what if somebody actually thinks I'm telling the truth? Yo, thank you so much for the raid, Tim Allen Fan Club official. Let's go. Welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to today on your stream? We're just drawing a rock right now, but I'll show you what we've been working on here in a minute. Oops, let's fix that. Let's bring this over there. That'll do. I like this smaller rock like this. Get a rated nerd, yeah. Thank you, I appreciate it. Oops, what did that do? It's gonna be stupid again. I used the wrong palette! No! I'm such a fool, guys. Hold on, we gotta redo everything. It's okay. That's kind of dark. Oh, I guess it's okay. There we go. All right. Rock acquired. Oh, I forgot to do the left side, didn't I? Sick. Work on specifically Twitch send message API integration, reading messages through webhooks instead of IRC. Ah, okay. Interesting. That's cool stuff. Yeah, it is really fun to make Twitch overlays and stuff like that, because I have the one that you're seeing right now that I set up through Godot, and that was cool. It's pretty fun to mess with stuff like that. I can totally see why some people spend like all of their streams working on their Twitch bots and stuff, you know, because it's kind of fun. All right, that rock is saved, and then I gotta go fix the arrow because I messed up the palette. Can't believe I've done such a horrific act. Now it's brighter. It's probably a good thing, actually. All right, let's go add some rocks. What happened to Aircraft? That was a long time ago. Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of died off. I don't know. Everyone had stuff to do and... Wait, what? Did I mess up? Where's the other rock that I just drew? Where did I save this file? Oh shoot, I just saved this in alert in. Oh, I'm just messing up over and over, guys. I'll call this one Big Rock. Alright. Now let's go use that one. Oh, look at this freaking rock. Insane. Let's fix the offset. Should be only like -22. That's pretty good. You can scatter a couple rocks around. All right, let's go see what it looks like. Come on. Yes, epic rocks on the map. Holy crap. And I have to fix it because right now it's using the wrong shadow. But we'll do that. So, well, I'm gonna reply to some stuff on Discord really quick, guys. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Back to the development. So I might make these all like, because right now I just spawn in the shadow kind of procedurally with code. I need to like create a system for decorations probably where they each have like their own IDs associated with them. So we'll have like a big list of like tree ID, rock ID, you know, just so we can do the decorations better and do the shadows good. So we'll work on that for sure. Also another thing too is like stuff like this where the shadows overlap each other. That's not good. So we're gonna have to put them into a canvas modulate group, I think is what it's called, or just a canvas group, and then that'll make it so that their alpha like merges instead of overlapping each other. So that should be good. But yeah. Guys. All right. So, yeah, things are going well. I think it's just time to add more tiles, I guess, right? I mean, what else is there to do? So we do have a new tile to add in, called the bomb. It is an explosive device, so we're gonna throw that in. I thought I made a tiles folder for the assets. I guess not, but I should do that. Yeah, it's gonna blow up, so should be pretty cool. So the way it's going to work is whenever you do a combo on top of the bomb tile, it's going to blow up all the tiles around the combo. So it's going to be only in the perpendicular directions, not diagonals. Otherwise, it would be maybe a little bit too crazy. So let's work on that. Yeah, also the outline of the rocks and stuff needs to change. We'll do all that. Shouldn't be too hard. Okay, let's go create a bomb tile. And then the other thing that we want to do is the matchmaking. I almost forgot about that. Bomb tile. And the bomb is going to work in some similar ways as the volcano does. So let's go make a new script for this. I guess we can do animation erupt. Doesn't really matter. And then we don't really need this chunk of code. Okay. Let's go get the bomb. So this is what the tile looks like. It's pretty crazy. So it's going to be a little bit complicated to do this. Because we're going to have to check. So we'll have to like return to this tile and say, hey, these are the tiles that are in the combo that just happened, right? And then loop through each of those coordinates and check neighboring tiles, I guess is the way we would do it. It's going to be a little bit complicated. Because I'd like the code for the bomb to happen on the bomb. So we'll try and do that here. Blow up. And then we want to pass in the combo list. And this is just going to be an array of vector 2i's. This is going to be coordinates of where the combo is done. And that should be it. And then what we're going to do is say for I in combo list, let's say coordinate. So we have all the coordinates. Now we're gonna have to get the cardinals. So let's say var dirs is this. Vector 2i up. Vector 2i down. Vector 2i left. And vector 2i right. So it's going to loop through all of those. And then I want to have another list, which is visited. So if we've already found a cell and it's in our list, then we don't need to bother checking again. So now what we do is we say for I in dirs, for direction in dirs, see var check tile is chord plus direction. So we got to do a couple things. Oh, and on combo list, we should probably go ahead and just immediately say visited dot append the array of combo list. That way we don't like attempt to delete cells on our combo areas. So okay. So for check tile. Now what we're gonna do is do a couple more things. So if global.world dot tile data at check tile. Right, so we're gonna go ahead and say tile data there. We'll just call it tile. Then if tile was found, otherwise return null. So if there is a valid tile there, we will blow it up. I'm gonna say visited.pushback tile. And I want to say, oh yeah, also next thing here to do as well is if visited.has check tile already, then just say continue. Okay. So we push that back, and then I want to say if tile dot symbol ID is not equal to -1, so that means that there's a player tile there. Then I want to go ahead and delete it. So we call global.world.clear or remove symbol at position tile. And that should be it. I don't know why this is complaining in combo list. What's the error? Local variable for chord is already O, because this already has a coordinate. That's fine. Let's just change it to tile chord. That'll do. All right. I don't know if it's going to work. We'll try. Well, so Dustin, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, what's going on? This way to test is a test. It is. It is. It tends to help. All right. So now the next step is whenever we make a combo on one of the bomb tiles, we have to run that code. So we're going to call blow up and then return a list of all the cells that were a part of the combo. And we're going to do that inside of the world script. So we have place symbols where we do all that. And this is where we call check combos, and it has the list of all the different combos in here, right? So, and I think I get, yeah, combo tiles right there. So I have a list of all of the combo tiles, which is good. So, and then do I redefine that every time, so yeah. Oh, because I do that like with the fire down here and stuff. Okay, so here's what we do. We are going to check if any of those tiles was on a bomb tile. So we're going to say for I in combo tiles, right? Or let's actually do this. I'm already looping through it here, and this is where I'm checking this stuff. So I can just say if tile data cell special tiles, right? Oops. Dot has ttt tile bomb, then bomb found is true. Okay. So bomb found true. Next thing, we just check down here before we do all this business, probably. Bomb, yeah. So if a bomb has been found, I do actually want to get a reference to this bomb. So let's say if bomb not found, right? Well, how do I want to do this? I guess we'll activate all of the bombs. That's fine. And then I'm just going to say var bomb. It's going to be a type of special tile. And this only happens on the server, so it should be fine. And we'll just say bomb is equal to that cell. So we want to say special tile nodes at index cell. And then if bomb is a valid node, we call bomb dot blow up. And hopefully this all works. And what we're passing in is our combo tiles. So That should be fine, as far as I know. I don't know why this one's not working there. Oh, is that a type of dictionary? Special tile nodes. What is in here? It's dictionary of vector 2i, and then, yeah, it does have a dictionary, so it's special tile nodes. Oh, because it has a tile ID assigned with it, so we have to say special tile node cell, and then also at TTT tile bomb. Okay. So that should work now. Then we have to go into our tiles table and create the bomb tile. And we also have to go get it set up so we can actually place on top of it, so we're getting there. This process will become a lot easier once we do the like world editing stuff, because I'll have to figure out a way to make this more automated. So plot that in there. Placeable is true, and there is no lifespan. So don't even bother with placeable. And there's another thing that we're going to have to set up, which is making it so you can only place on certain tiles at the end of your combo. I'm going to have to look into that. So we'll see. Okay. So gets the reference to that. Now let's go into our little funny tile set here, which is this one. And we're just going to add in a bomb that we can place down. Oh god. Boom. Good enough. It's just you don't have to actually see that tile in game, so. I've been wondering myself lately, how many times do I recreate the wheel? Yeah. Yeah. I definitely feel that a lot of the times. Yeah, when you're doing a process like this over and over and over, it's sometimes spending the time to create an automated script for you is kind of worth it, you know? Yeah. Which I definitely need to do with this. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be an automated script, but just a way to kind of handle a lot of this manual data entry stuff would be great. For example, something like passing in that combo list, it just emits it as a signal, and then the bombs can choose to connect to that signal. Like, that would be a much better way to do it, probably. Instead of checking, you know, does this tile exist and stuff like that. It's just stupid. So I'm probably going to do that. I think it would just be a lot easier with the code. Alright, so let's go into our 5x5. And also, yeah, same with like creating these tiles on here. What I have to do, which is really annoying, is go in here and add a new like layer every time. So I have to say bomb, bool, and then go in here and create the tile. It's kind of stupid. There's probably a way that I could do this in a much better way. So, all right, then I say bomb, true. And then I have to go in and manually place this down. Which, yeah, it's just kind of a dumb method. I'll put 2 bomb tiles. Okay, so I think, hopefully. Oh, and then see, this is the other part of it that's just making the code more dumb. Is down in here, I also have to manually check, right, like on ready, if there's that tile there, which is just stupid. Because then I have to say if data.get custom data bomb, and then manually set the cell to the bomb tile. You know, it's just stupid. There's got to be a better way to do that. Also had that issue and having too many ASCII game ideas and loves I kept doing and redoing code. Yeah, try to make a custom engine to fix that. I hated myself for some time. Yeah, custom engine stuff is not for the weak of heart. All right, so let's see if this works. This is gonna be crazy. So if I have a tile here and I hit this, theoretically, I think it'll blow up that tile. It blew up the game instead, I see. The array of that does not have the same element type. Oh. Well, combo tiles should be a type of array of vector 2i's anyways. So let's try that again. Okay. Now it's trying to convert from a dictionary into... Oh yeah, I'm just stupid. This should be on check tile. And then visited would not be tile. That's just getting the data. I'm a fool, guys. Just restart the whole game. Yeah, so I'm making code as I need it. Yeah, it's the path I'm leaned at. I'm just writing bad code now because it works and it won't be seen again. Yeah. Yeah, it's always a tricky thing to deal with. Yes, so it did clear that tile. One thing I would definitely like to do, so it's clear like what it's doing with the bomb, is you know, do some explosions around. So we need to make a new effect, which I've been creating a system for this, and it seems to work pretty well. But we can just go ahead and create another particle here and call it explosion. Right? Has the same script. I'll need to pass in an explosion sound. Let's just go grab it from Starground, because we have bombs in that game. It's in here. Should probably rename this folder one day away from Forager game into Starground, but I don't know. Now it's kind of a relic of the past. Bomb should be here somewhere. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. I mean, his boss explosion. What does this sound like? Where is the bomb sound? I guess I'd probably call it explosion. C, D, E. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's a funny noise. That's what I'm looking for. Put that in the sounds. All right. Explosion. Okay. And we'll just start this off just a simple, you know, particle. We'll make it more cool later. This should have many particles. That particle's too tiny. Let's go to the other one we had. And then for color and stuff, this will start off being white initially. It'll go to yellow, kind of fade out into orange. And the last thing it'll be is black. So it'll kind of do that. Now this one's way too blue. There we go. It's not a very good explosion, but it's okay for now. We're gonna make it better later. I'll layer up multiple CPU particles, so we have one for like the actual flash of boom and fire. And then we'll do the smoke kind of lingers for a little bit. Because this is probably one we're gonna be using a lot, is the explosion. So, yeah. But we'll do that. Oh, we should use the Hotline Miami explosion sound. What does that one sound like? Let's go find it. Explosion sound. Oh my god. Yeah, that one's a little extreme. I don't know about that. Oh boy. Yeah. Let's see. We want to do spawn. What is it? I have a function to create an effect. Oh, it's on world, right? Global.world.spawn effect. Then it's just going to be at this. We'll figure that out, and then. Oh yeah, I have to add it into the table. Let's set depth to 1. It's okay. I mean, the thing with doing a table like this does take a little bit more setup, but then when I'm actually like referencing these things, it's really easy in the future. So I'm sacrificing a couple more seconds up front for many minutes later in the future. So I think it's okay. Okay, so then instead of doing just global position, I need to figure out where the spot is that we're checking. So it's going to be check tile times 256. I believe. Well, that's not a great way to do it. I'm probably just going to say global.tiles.toGlobal or map to global, map to local. What is tiles not defined? Woo. Oh, did I just say global? Yeah. Map to local, check tile, then our explosion, and the depth. Everything should be fine. Let's try it out. Boom. Doing it live, yeah. So, with the explosion of the bomb tile, do we want every tile around it to explode? So like, let's say that you... Oh, the volcano destroyed the bomb tile. Wait, I didn't even notice the lava. Did it happen? Okay, the lava did appear. Yeah, we need to do the lava. I forgot that it destroys the bomb. So anyways, what I was asking is, for the bomb, do we want it to, like, if you hit a combo, it explodes everything that touches it and the surrounding tiles, even if technically there wasn't anything there to explode? I guess that's how we'll do it. So then what I can do is, instead of doing it this way, I just check at the end for tile and visited, right? We spawn it. Boom. And then now like this. Oh my god. That's kind of loud. That's sort of loud. You guys can't hear the full volume because I have a limiter on the desktop audio for situations like this, but it's pretty bad. Oh my god. So the problem is that it's running every single explosion sound all at the same time, when in reality what I should probably do is just make it so it does one bomb sound, right? Not every single one. So, yeah. But it's way too loud. What I might do is make it so all of these different effects extend from a thing, from the same class, so I can like set this up a lot easier. I think I'll do that probably. And then I can have like a setting to turn off the sound of a particle. So we can do like one explosion with a sound, but we can also decide, hey, don't do the sound of the explosion. So we'll probably do that. Rocks, yeah, I mean, it's epic. But yeah, it is really loud. So let's do... I have this generic particle class. We'll just call this class name generic particle. Or I'll just say effect, because that's what it is. All right. And it doesn't always have to extend CPU particles. I'm just going to make it extend node 2D, and then I'm going to have to copy this and paste it, but it won't let me paste it into the same scene. And I don't want to have to recreate this whole node. Can I like just copy all of the settings? Can I just like copy category values and then just add another CPU particle and just paste? Whoa. That actually worked. Holy crap. Okay, thank God. And then we'll make this a regular node 2D. So now what we're gonna have for this is we're just gonna save our particles. It's gonna be an array. And we're gonna have a couple other things. So when we spawn this in, I also wanna save our play sound. And this is just gonna be a bool, which is true by default. So there's gonna be an array of CPU particles. And then on ready for I in particles, we say I.emitting is true. Okay. And then we also say finished dot connect to check remove. I.finished. And we do the exact same thing for the sounds too. So this way we can kind of get it set up to where we can play multiple particles and sounds for one effect node that gets spawned in. So, and then for I and sounds, it's going to be an array of audio, what is it? Audio stream players, which I think can also be 2D audio players if I'm not mistaken, but we'll see. But I'm only going to do that if play sound, right? So that way we can pass in do not play the sound, right? And then we just do the same loop over here, which is for ion particles. If, yeah, we'll just say if I dot is actively emitting, then just return instantly. And then same with the sounds. So if play sound, ion sounds, if I dot is playing, return immediately. But if none of those return immediately, which means all of our particles and sounds are done, and go ahead and delete the particle. So now we're going to export this. Export. So explosion, we're going to put that guy in there, and it didn't actually go in, so I guess this is gonna have to be a 2D audio emitter. Is there like a class that this inherits from? Not really. See, they all inherit from different objects, which is really weird. Well, I guess we're just gonna make it an array of nodes then. It's fine. All right. And then put the sounds. What? Why not? Excuse me. Put it in. There we go. So now we have a list of our sounds, a list of our particles, and everything should work. So we're gonna go do this over into the dust node 2. Just gonna create another CPU particle emitter and copy literally everything. Paste it in here. So now let's make sure. Yep, looking good. Now we do the exact same thing. We put particles in here and our sound in there. All right, we are done. So now I can make the explosion actually like cool and epic because it's stupid right now. So we can do multiple layers of this. So we'll definitely have a smoke layer. Just made a I just made code in Pygame that has my trash can of a PC going crazy. Oh yeah. What did it do? Call this smoke. Big smoke. And then now for color. We are... It's going to start off black. It'll fade in, sort of like this. The smoke. And then on time, I want to set this to be way longer, so it kind of lingers like that. And then initial velocity, set that way lower. Right, so it'll do that. And then this is the fire. Oh, it uses the same. Let's make a new color ramp. So let's go look at an explosion so that we can kind of break it down into all the parts of it. Let's just get a GIF. Let's just find one that looks cool. So you can see there's definitely a couple elements to these explosions where you've got definitely the smoke lingers at the end, right? That one's kind of stupid. This one looks crazy. So you have an initial big flash, then you have a fireball, right? So there's the flash of like pure white that goes away really fast. And that also comes with these little shrapnel particles. I like how this one looks. And then after that, you've got this kind of fireball that doesn't last very long. And then at the trail end, you have the smoke that dissipates. So that seems to make sense. So we might need multiple CPU particle emitters for this. So we're going to have shrapnel. And then we're also going to have... we have the fire, and I want a flash. So we have to layer these properly. So fire is going to be below the shrapnel, and smoke is behind everything. So the flash, that's just going to be like a pure white thing. Also, I should have just duplicated these nodes instead. But now it's kind of stupid. What does the shrapnel look like? Actually, I keep forgetting that I can just copy category and then just boom, and now I've just duplicated it, which is really useful. I don't think you guys realize how nice that is. So this one is going to be a flash, so it's going to have crazy fast initial velocity, something like 800, right? And this color is just going to be kind of pure white. So it's just going to start pure white, full transparency, and then go invisible. So, why is it not working? Oh. Did I not duplicate this? I might have messed up. No, those are still unique, so we're okay. And that's the smoke. The fire will be a little slower than the flash. Flash is going to be the really fast one, so I might even up the speed even more and do a shorter lifespan like this. Right, it should just be here for a second. I feel like it doesn't have enough time to go away. We'll see. Now I want the initial flash to be spiky because it shouldn't be round. Like the round stuff kind of comes in later. Like the smoke and stuff. So we're going to take the dust blob and I'm just going to make a triangle. Or some kind of like sharp square thing like that. Well, let's do a triangle. I'm just stupid and don't know how to draw a triangle. That'll work. Oops. Triangle. So let's go set this. So that's going to be the initial flash. I also like being able to kind of like use our shapes for our effects and stuff. I think that's kind of neat. If like we have triangles, squares, and X's and circles as like the components of the explosion, that would be kind of neat. So maybe we do that. So the initial flash is triangles like this. Then the shrapnel is going to come along. That could honestly be X's. And then our smoke can be circles. So let's do that. Oops. I suck at drawing, guys. Particle across. God. Boom. That's what our shrapnel will be. Boom. So it's gonna go. Not like that. That's scary. I don't know why. This gives me a bad energy. It reminds me of like bacteria or like something bad, like an alien creature. I don't like that at all. Anyways, let's make it cool. Oops, I just broke everything. Let's make this unique. So these are going to be very fast moving. I think they're going to start white, but when they kind of dissipate, they're going to go orange. So they're going to kind of go like that. And the speed of these should be extremely fast, kind of like the other ones. But the time will be a bit longer, like maybe 0.3 seconds. We don't need so many. And there's supposed to only be like a couple of these, so like... So now if we start pairing these up, you can see sort of what we got, right? Like that. We got the flash and the shrapnel. And the shrapnel's a bit too big. So let's go ahead and make this unique and have it scale to invisible. Like that. Yeah. And then if we layer that up with the smoke too, this is what we got. So next step, let's add in our square, right? And that's going to be sort of like our, I mean, this is just going to be a full block of like this. Particle square. And then the smoke will be the circles. Ew! Imagine anti-aliasing? Not me. Okay. I'm actually kind of glad I came up with this idea. Alright. So that's the smoke. And then the fire. That one's going to be squares. So this one, let's make this unique, which it already is. And this one's going to be kind of start off as white, quickly go into yellow. All right. And it's just going to kind of fade away. Then we're going to go full red. And I might just have it kind of fade away as red. So let's see what it all looks like together. It's not too bad. Let's see it zoomed out. Okay, so I feel like we're on the right track, and now we can kind of keep tweaking things. Something I noticed too is like this flash does kind of linger for a second. I think the problem with our flash right now is it doesn't linger at all. So we need to set an insanely fast velocity, but then I want to also do some crazy damping. So we'll do like boom. And then what that'll do is make it so it goes out super fast, but then slows down immediately. Which, that didn't seem to work. I'm trying to think how we need to do it. Have I ever thought about making a mobile game? I have before, but mobile's kind of like a gross platform to develop on, in my opinion. Like, I don't know, it's just... Ooh, linear acceleration? Wonder if that's kind of what I want. No, that doesn't work. The thing with mobile is, like, if you ever want to make money on mobile, it just requires you to do bad things, right? Because you've got to do ads and in-app purchases, and it just sounds kind of like not what I really want out of game development, so... That's why I haven't done it yet. But I'll probably convert Lured In into a mobile game, or not convert, but just put it on mobile also eventually. Ooh, that's what I want. There we go. Take a look at that. Okay. And then for the initial velocity, this should also have some minimum here too, like 500. So it kind of goes out in a circle. So now all together. It's not terrible. The shrapnel's kind of like too hard to see. I think it needs to last a lot longer. And also it should have like the same minimum as maximum. Kind of like that. So that goes out in a really big area. Yeah, that's better. Let's slow down the shrapnel just a little bit. And the smoke, I want the scale of the smoke to greatly increase over time. So it's going to start off being tiny, and then by the time it's done, it'll be big, like that. I want this maximum value to be even more. So it becomes like a big cloud of smoke. We don't need so many particles on that. So let's try that all together again. That's not terrible. And then I think our fire layer, maybe a little bit too short. And I want it to kind of stay white a little bit longer. Yeah. And it should also kind of linger around. Alright, so we'll set some minimum damping and stuff. And I guess this curve on dampening does matter a lot. Then it'll do that, yeah. That's what I want. Oh yeah. Check that. Let's try this. The smoke is too dark. Let's lower the transparency. And the fire now lasts for too long, I think. Let's try that. The smoke lasts for too long as well. It's better. With the fire, I think we just need some more color variation, so we can do an initial color ramp. And, or what we can kind of do actually with this is make it not 100% explosive, so kind of like each piece is randomized a little bit. I also think we still have too many particles. So it'll kind of be like that, like it'll come in not all at the exact same moment, which is better. And lower the dampening a little bit more too. Kind of like that. Or I think what we need to do is up the dampening, but then the initial velocity increase the maximum. So kind of like that. Battle Pass, yeah. I love Battle Pass. I don't, guys. Now it lasts too long. It's tricky sometimes to make good-looking particle effects like this. But that's looking pretty decent, I think. And we could add way more effects onto that too. I mean, you know, you pair this up with some screen shake and everything, and I think we'll be in a good spot. So let's put all of these into here now. Smoke, fire, shrapnel, and the flash. Yeah, I think tactical toe, yeah. Could work like a mobile game or even Lured In. Lured In, I think, will work a lot better as a mobile game just because it's single player. I was talking about this, I think, a stream ago or something, but it's really hard to make Tactic-Toe mobile. Because I'm doing all of the multiplayer through Steam. and I can't use the Steam networking APIs on mobile, so I'd have to like buy my own servers and stuff, which is not great. So that's kind of one of the problems with Tactic Toe on mobile. Ugh. But yeah, Lured In though works because it's a single player. There's no server stuff I have to do, right? Okay, so I think this is good to go. Let's go try it out. It would be really cool if the explosions were all delayed. That would be fire. I might have to do that. Let's try it out. It's not happy. Oh, I said emitting on the sounds. Whoops. Should have said play. Thank God for VS Code. I made code that made my window completely unresponsive. Oh, man. Oh, my God. I always forget it's still so loud. Also, something that I would like to do on these, it doesn't matter right now, but it'd be cool if they kind of glowed. So I think I could put a... Yeah, sorry about the sound. I could put like a big circle around this explosion, right? Like this. Then when all these go off, so this will kind of be sitting behind, maybe above the smoke. And right on the beginning, it'll be full brightness, but then dissipate. So I'll just say, this isn't the generic particle. Hold on. It's annoying, but let's create a new script. Call it explosion effect. It'll extend effect. Thought this was a regular node. It is. I don't know why. And then on function ready, call super, and now we will create a tween for this. So tween is that, and say tween property sprite 2D. All right. Modulate A. It's going to go down to 0 over the course of 0.5 seconds. Let's see what that looks like. Where am I? What is this? How did I end up here? I don't know. Too much visibility. Let's lower the initial modulate. Did that not delete the node? Here, let's just mute the sounds for a minute so you guys aren't going deaf. Forgot that I added that, right? Now it doesn't seem to be... Oh, I was just stupid and dumb. It's usually what happens. Put the sound in. Okay. Try it again. What? Oh, right, I haven't implemented saving and loading for that yet. So that's what it looks like now. I think it works okay. And then what we'll do is offset the time for each explosion. Right? Thank you. So back to our bomb tile. I think this will make it look really cool. As if we wait a minute on each effect happening. So we're going to add an effect and then say await get tree create timer 0.1 seconds timeout. I don't know if that'll actually work. We'll try. I don't know if you can do a wait inside of a script. I don't know how it works. Effects, yeah. Will sneezing be part of the game? We'll see, we'll see. Oh, yes, it did actually work. Holy crap. Okay, so I'll just do a little bit of sound. Check this out, guys. Yeah. So now it, like, goes, like, instead of all exploding at the exact same time, it's like a chain reaction. So check it out. Yeah. We'll have to get some alternate explosion sounds, just so it doesn't sound bad. But we're on the right track, I think. So we'll turn this into an audio stream randomizer, just so it's not playing the same sound over and over and over. Explosion. And yeah, I'll need to get some different explosion sounds. I do have like the sound in Starground for like the nuclear bomb, which is down in here, I think. But I think that one would be probably a little bit too intense. Where is that at? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. Wait, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I, J, K, L, M, N. Nuclear explosion. Let's see how loud it is. Yeah, that might be a little bit too much. I mean, we could throw in the boss explosion sounds. They're not that good, but... Again, when you make a new game, yeah, I'm just messing around with the prototype right now. Just getting it to a playable spot, and then we're gonna see where things go from there. But this is not gonna be a super, like, tight dev time, because, you know, I'm still working on Lured In and everything, so... We'll see what happens. I'm just trying to think what would work best here. I mean, I guess we'll do the boss one. I'll probably have to go create some new ones, which is annoying. We have like Boss Explosion 2. Explosion 3. Whoa. That one is different. But if that's the only sound, it has to work on a standalone. That's the thing. So let's go to free sound. I'm going to keep this tab open, though, because it's a cool explosion. I'll go find an explosion sound. See if there's just an easy one that I can use. Right. It needs to be like a decent explosion. Not like that. Am I on? Yeah, I'm on Creative Commons 0. No. 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 Too much. No. No. If these are too loud, let me know. Okay, that's just completely destroyed. That's like a real explosion. That's kind of messed up. Okay, that's just... Oh my god. These suck. Why do these all suck so bad? Okay, let's go by downloads most. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna turn down desktop volumes. I'm sorry, guys. It's probably really loud. And that's like a gunshot.
That one was good.
Yeah, this one or this one? It's way too big. That's a laser. That's not a bomb. Maybe I'm doing the wrong thing. Maybe I need to search for bomb instead of explosion. Okay. Same one. Okay. That one's not terrible. We'll see. Too big. Too big. Not terrible. I could see that kind of working if I do it right. Oh my god. Cannon. That's just a cannon, though. Rocket launch. That's just noise. What is the little... Fascinating. Smoke bomb. No. Those are distant. I don't want it to be distant. That one's not bad, actually. I kind of like that one. It sounds like CS. Yeah, it sounds like the CS. Oh, this is the one I used. I mean, those are all good, but they all sound the exact same. They should be a little bit different. Oh my god. It's too insane. Oh, it didn't actually blow up. These are just bombs falling. Where's the... That's distant again. That's a whole thing. Too muffled. Sounds bad. Atomic Bomb 2. Was that made in FNAF? Sounds like FNAF. Water explosion. Grenade. Maybe that's what I need. I need like a grenade. You know, let's search grenade. Yeah, there'd be a 5% chance. It'd be funny if there's like a squeak noise that got thrown in there. You could do some comic book sound bubbles. What's that? Bang metallic. That one's not terrible, but... Okay, let's stop sorting by downloads most. Let's just do this. I mean, that one's okay, but it's got like a weird tail end. Too small. That's not... Weird. Too echoey. It's like I got hit with like a cardboard tube. I mean, that one... If we just take the beginning part, I could see that one kind of working. But it's a little bit too big. That's not good. No. It's like almost good. Not good. Kind of. Kind of. They're all close, but just not exactly what I want. I don't know, it's hard. Oh, like the boom, like a spiky speech bubble? Oh, yeah, yeah. That one's okay. That one's better. That one's not terrible. That one's okay if we cut the tail end on it. I mean, let's go listen to what we have now, because I need it to sound somewhat similar, right? That's the thing. So the one we have now is very gravelly, which makes sense. I kind of like the gravelly explosion sound. And this one is honestly pretty similar to that. That one's not gravelly enough. I don't think that one's the right play. I mean, if we just get some like rubble sounds and layer them on top, right? Like, that one sounds terrible though. Where was this one? Explosion with rubble. That's basically what I want. No. Rubble trouble. No. No. What is this crap? Boot scuffle. Walking on debris. That's with water. It's all with water. Rocks falling. See, that actually kind of works. It's weird because it's... Oh my god. Okay. The random game person, welcome in. Yeah, we're gonna layer up some. I just need like 3 solid sounds and that should be plenty. So I think this one is like the closest to being fine, just with nothing. This one could work if I cut the tail end. Honestly, I actually really do like this one too. Let's go ahead and get this one downloaded. That one will work, I think, just fine. I'm just gonna cut the end of it because it's too long. example, the one that we have is about 2 seconds long, which I think is pretty good. Any longer than that, and it kind of just takes forever for the sound to end. So, it's an OGG. God dang it. I have to do OGG to WAV. I hate converting OGGs. I don't really care. You think the high-pitched ones could work if you slow them down? I mean, sometimes stuff like that could work. The only thing, though, is it can make sounds weird because you stretch the waveforms, and so it can kind of sound like too smooth. But if you slow it down and layer it up with something that's played at normal speed, I think it could work. But see, I feel like that works, and if we end it like right at like 2 seconds, like right there, because it just goes on for too long. That's the problem. And then if we go ahead and give it a fade, fade out, like that. See, that one's pretty good, actually. Let's go ahead and just save that one now. No, don't save. Export audio. Let's go put this into Tactic 2, Sounds, Explosion 2. No need to do an OGG. For this, we will do a... Where is it? It's like other lossless. What's Wave X? Oh, there's regular wave. Okay, I don't know. Just a selected audio. Boom. So now back into here. Add an element. Explosion 2. So now we got this guy and this guy. So one more and I think we're good. So we got ads, my apologies. So which one is the best? That was the one we did. That one kind of works, but it's kind of big. That one's not terrible. That one's too low-pitched. Honestly, though, if I took this one and pitched it up, right? It could maybe work. But this one has the best, like, distribution of high-end to low-end, so we'll just use this one to layer up some rubble on top of it. Like with this cleat shuffling. Let's download that. Yes, they are both WAVs. Make the heavens above. Alright. So let's find like a good rubble sound we can layer. I want it to sound crumbly, right? Like maybe with this bit right here. Like from there to there. Let's see. Obviously it has to be faded and stuff. But I think that could work okay. It is a little fast, the actual explosion. Did Audacity just crash? Oh my god. One thing that's a little annoying about this alpha version of Audacity is it's kind of really unstable. I really wish they would hurry up and make 4 a full version. Yes, I want to restore the session. I don't know why it added stuff back in. That's pretty weird. Okay. So let's do that. Go ahead and do effect, fade out. I think it's okay. The shorter version. I mean, whenever this bomb goes off, like you're probably going to be hearing many of these going off, right? So that's the thing. Export audio, explosion 3. And this will really help. So now we got Let's just play it a couple times, right? Did that just do the same? No, there's all three. Yeah, I don't know why I did it that way. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, guys, I think that's it then. We'll do all that. Got the sound. And then something we can also do is like whenever we play this, I mean, we have the randomization stuff here. I don't like the way the random pitch semitones works in here, though. I like the regular pitch scale better. So we're just going to do this, where when we play this, I also want to set a random pitch scale. Randf range from 0.8 to 1.2. And that should just help randomize a little bit more. Let's go try it. It's kind of epic. It's still pretty loud, but I can easily just lower the volume on this, set it to like minus 15 decibels probably, because I don't want it to be too distracting and loud. Did it actually do anything? I probably had to restart the game for it to apply. Let's try again. Oh, that's like really quiet now, yeah. Let's raise it up a little bit more. Try again. And then let me turn desktop audio back to normal. You guys can actually hear it now. So that's how it sounds now. Oh, that bomb went away. Now, I think the smoke is still a little odd, because it tends to cluster up at the center a lot, I feel like. And it's not, like, spreading out enough. So I think the problem is also has to do with the explosiveness of the smoke, because I think it's better for it to kind of go random like that. Then let's also set a minimum velocity just so it doesn't cluster at the center as much. More of like a ring. I think that works better. Yeah. And I'd like this to fade out even slower. I don't know how we would do that, because I'd have to change like the interpolation mode. Cubic makes the problem worse. I might just lower the initial alpha a little bit and make it kind of come in faster, so it has more time to fade. Let's give that a try. That's better. Yeah, there's something weird going on with some of these particles. It's like they last. I'm trying to figure out what to do here. See, I wish I could set this to like a different kind of interpolation mode other than just linear, constant, and cubic, and do like a make it really like disappear fast. But I don't see how to do that. So I guess we're just gonna have to lower the initial alpha even more. Maybe lower the number of particles that we have would help. Let's see if that works. It's definitely better. I think just making the smoke less noticeable is better. Okay. Yeah, it's working pretty well. Alright, guys. So the bomb tile is pretty much done. The only thing that we haven't done yet is making it placeable only when there's a valid combo in the spot that you're about to place. That's going to be a little bit more complicated. We'll have to set up some things. Because I was talking about this on the Discord. I'll have to, like... I'll have to check. We'll have to make a function that loops through the current tile we're placing on and kind of assume, like, is there a combo assuming there's a tile in this tile? Or a symbol in this tile? It should be possible, but you know, it's a little weird. But it's doable. All right. Let's get down to business. So, let's go into the world scene. Let's do... So on place symbol, we're already checking all of these combos and stuff here. I mean, we have this function, check combos. I mean, it basically works already, and then we just pass in this list. The only thing I don't like here, though, is like visited. Where even is the visited array? So see, it passes back this direction array, which I'm not a huge fan of. Okay. So I can make this. This is a recursive function, which I hate recursive functions, but sometimes it does work pretty well. Ideally, I'd like to just call this function and then return this list of directions instead of manually defining it this way, right? Because then what I have to do, which is really annoying, is I have to manually reset the directional array, which is kind of stupid. So thinking how I want to do this. Also, DIRS is not even statically typed, which is another thing that's stupid. So it should be a dictionary with ints and arrays, right? And I'm doing this with angles for whatever reason, which I don't know how I feel about. I mean, I get why I'm doing angles, but it's kind of like I have to do some weird code. So I have to first convert radians to degrees, round it, and then modulate it by 180, and if it's less than 0, add 180, which is just kind of stupid. So I don't know if that's a great way to do it. So what's the game about anyways? It's basically tic-tac-toe. It's a multiplayer game where you battle against each other and try and be the first one to score 5 points. So it's all these special tiles and yeah, it's coming along. Just thinking, is there a better like data structure for me to use this, right? I mean, do I even need to necessarily check an angle? Like I just know that there's 4 angles that it could be. It doesn't necessarily have to be. Well, I guess the problem though is I need to figure out what the direction is from the. Yeah, it's got a bunch of stuff. It's got bombs, it's got fire, volcanoes. We've got a whole bunch of different special tiles planned out, so. Is there a better way I can convert this direction? Because also the problem is, like, it has to be the same angle. Yeah. That's kind of why I have it weird like this. Let's think. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It'll be fine. I'll just do this better, though. Instead of doing it how we're doing it now. So we have the sender ID, we have the starting coordinate, which I should probably change it to that, like start chord. Then do all that stuff. Oops. so much. So why am I checking this multiple times? I say if there is 0. So I do all that stuff, and then I check. I guess these are its children, so I have to do that stuff after I call this stuff. Okay. That makes sense. So basically here, I'm just getting the absolute value. I literally call it absolute direction, so... So what this is going to return when I say direction to, it's going to create a normalized vector. So if it's on the bottom right, it's going to be like 1... Yeah, but I don't like using floats as like indexes because floats can be pretty weird when it comes to using it as an index. So that's why I use integers for these. It's probably safer. Whatever. You know what? The code works. I'm not going to break it all. But the thing that I will do is pass in here the direction array. I wish there's a way for me to not have to pass this in. I don't know if there really is. Yeah. I will have to pass this in. Which I hate to do. But at least what I could do is just create the data structure, pass it in, do the stuff, return it. This is why I hate recursive functions. They're stupid and suck. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. Because with a normal for loop, it's like really easy to control the way that your data references are. But with this, I have to pass this data along. I mean, I can have another function that's like begin check combos, you know, and then I just pass in the necessary info, and then it handles the creation of all the arrays and the visited array in there. So that is possible. I'll probably just do that. Call it function check combos. So all we have to pass in is just the start coordinate and the sender ID, right? That's it. Which is a lot easier to call in code. Because I don't want to pass all this other garbage in with me. It's just dumb. So now I can go ahead and do all the stuff here. So check combos recursive. And I'll call, yeah, I mean, that's basically what this is, right? Begin check combos. And then now we pass this in, and this is the recursive variant. So this is going to have a bunch of things being passed in. Going to be kind of basically the same thing as check combos, right? But now I can separate out all this code because I know the first one in here is the starting one. So I can just remove this, right, and do all this stuff here. So visited is going to be an array. And var ders, now I can just manually define that in here. It's just a lot better. All right, like that. Var visited. And then at the end, we call check combos recursive. We'll basically do this stuff. So now here, I don't even have to do this. I just set all of these to contain start coordinate, which is a lot easier. Why is it saying indent? Oh, I didn't put a colon. Okay. And visited will also contain start coordinate. Yeah. A lot easier this way, probably. Okay. So now I don't want to call this one start chord anymore. It's just going to be regular chord. This will probably be a little bit faster anyway, because I don't have to check if it's 0 anymore, right? So I just do that, because I know this is the one that's 0. Like that. And then at the end, I just say return DIRs. So this will return a dictionary of ints and arrays. Okay. It's not terrible. Now it is going to complain about some stuff here. Yeah, because now I don't pass in that. I don't have to pass in a direction. I just pass chord and sender ID. And then say var DIRs is equal to that. And now I loop through the directions. I don't have to manually reset that array every time now, which was always something that was stupid. So it should be a lot better. Earthbound music playing, yeah. Pretty cool. Why is this one saying chord is not real? Oh, right here, chord is not declared. Okay. And then DIRs is not declared. So now we need to pass in directions, which is going to be a dictionary of int and array, right? So when I call this one, I need to pass in directions. And this is going to be check combos recursive. Pass in DIRs, visited, direction, boom. Okay. That should be a little bit better now. And this stuff is not statically typed. This should be an int. And why is this one not working? Just because it can't figure out what that data type is, which it never will, so it's fine. And surrounding, that's an array of vector 2i's. Okay. Don't worry about that one. This doesn't return anything. That's a void type. Okay, we're getting there. Oh yeah, also visited should be another array of vector 2i's. There we go. Now that's statically typed. Okay. We're gaming. Okay. So now I can just call check combos instead of ever checking for DIRs. And then let's just, well, I guess that's fine. Yeah, I'll check, because then if I know that this list is the size of either of them are greater than 0, then we know that there's a valid combo there. I would like a really easy function, though, to check that, like just a one-line function. So I'm just going to create that. Function is check combo valid, right? And then this will take in the coordinate and the sender ID. Okay. It'll take coordinate, sender ID. And then it'll just loop through var DIRs as that. And if at any one of these, Ryan DIRs, right? If I dot size is greater than 2, then we return true. Okay. Oh yeah, otherwise return false if there's none of them. Okay, I don't know if this is gonna work, but We'll try it. So now we need to set up a new thing here for our tiles. And we will see must be combo, right? And we'll say that's true on this one. So there's some tiles like this where we want to make sure that when you place a tile on it, you can only do it if it forms a valid combo. And we'll explain this stuff in the tutorial, so hopefully it shouldn't be too confusing. But we'll see. How to get my stash looking so good, I appreciate it. It just takes a long time to grow out. I think the more you like position it in the right way, it kind of like trains your hair to stay that way. You know, it's kind of like the top of my head. Like when I like comb my hair down, it doesn't want to. It like starts like splitting apart and almost going back again. So that's usually what I do is I'm consistent and do the same thing every day, and then it just kind of stays that way. But also you can use like wax to keep your mustache hair staying in the same place, which sometimes I do, but most of the time I don't care and I don't bother setting it up. So, okay, so now on place symbol, I want to go ahead and check that. So we're gonna have to do is cell valid in here. So we need to say, right now in here, if data.get combo, what did I even call it again? Must be combo. So if that's true, then we want to check if check combo valid on coordinate. And right, is cell valid does not ever check for player ID stuff, because that just happens on the server. So I actually kind of have to move this away probably. Yeah. And then what I want to say is sort of what I did up in here. Right here. For IN, just call it for data in that. If data must be combo is true. And then if check combo valid, coordinate and sender ID. So if that is false, we return. Okay, let's go try this out. I shave my stash too often. Once it starts getting in my mouth, I shave off the excess at the ends. Never get long enough to look as cool as yours. I appreciate it. It is very annoying sometimes. I'm not going to lie. There's moments where I'm just like, I would love to just snip them off and not deal with it anymore, because it does go in my mouth all the time, which is really annoying. Oh, what happened here? Oh, I had to say DIRS, index size. Okay. But yeah. Yeah, so see, I can't place down here now because it's not a valid combo. But if I place here and then I can place here. So now that code works. So you can only place on this tile if it's about to form a valid combo for yourself. So if you're like going here and stuff, then you can do it. But you can't just start on the tile and steal it from everybody. That's something we kind of wanted to prevent with this tile. So that should be good. And we should be able to do it diagonally too. Oops, I messed up. Oh, why can't I place there? Oh, that's... Oh, I think I messed up. Hold on, let's go fix this. Place symbol... Oh, I said it's true by default. Let's not do that. There we go. So now if I go there, now I should be able to place... Yeah, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's not valid. What happened there? What? Okay, maybe doing that messed it all up. Must be combo is correct. So I loop through the values. Oh, I didn't actually set up the code to like do that. Let's go back into here. That's what's going on right here. When I say set special tile, I have to set that. I'm just dumb. So I'm going to say, right, entry must be combo is equal to data.get, right? Must be combo false. I'm just stupid. Let's go try it again. So I can't place directly on, but I can go here, then here, and then now I can go there. And spread the fire tiles, as you can see. So the explosion tile should probably be pretty high above in terms of the Z index, because I don't know where the fire's at. But yeah, the bomb should be like really high. Right, because they should go above the fire. So that seems to work pretty well. Then I think we also wanted it to where these bomb tiles also leave behind fire tiles too. So they are insane tiles. Like, they're pretty wild. So we'll do a pass on here. So for tile in, we're only in the spots, I think, where tiles get destroyed, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember. There's a little diagram of it, but the problem is that the example given had a tile in every space. I'm assuming you're not here, Zach. But I don't know. Yeah, so how to do this? Oh, you are here. Okay. So when the bomb tile activates and it spawns in the fire, does it only spawn in fire on tiles that it destroyed, or just all of the tiles it blows up, even if there's nothing there? So like, for example, this is what I got now. So you form the combo and then you place the final one on here and it blows up. And it blows up all of these tiles. Should all of those set on fire, even if there wasn't a tile already there? Okay, yeah, I feel like that's probably better, just only on destroy, so I'll do that then. So I need to have a new list for where we've also removed symbols. So we save our symbol list, vector to I. It's equal to that. Oh yeah, also on this spawner here, am I gonna have to add... Do I just do that in here? Might do that in ready. Spawn effect. Not an RPC. Let me see how this works. So like, for example, on the crack tile. Oh, because I just do that on the exit tree. So I'm going to have another way to spawn in effects for other clients on this too. That should be okay. So we're going to push back check tile on this. So now we say for tile in symbol list. Oops. Global.world.set special tile on tile to TTT tile fire. So it should only spawn in fire on the tiles where we had a piece now. Let's go try it out. So boom, 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 and it spawns. Should have spawned fire on those. Oh, did I do clear tile by accident? Set special tile. I should have done it. It said clearing fire. Didn't actually do anything. It said 1, 2, 1, 3. It instantly cleared all the fire. I don't know why it would do that. It's pretty weird. Huh. It's not doing the fire for some reason. Is it just that the symbol list is empty? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, but that also has to include the symbols that get deleted for our combo. So we have to say symbol list is that, and then say symbol list dot append array combo list. So that makes more sense. Now it shows the fire. And it's funny because also then the fire shows up on the bomb tile. I guess that's fine. I mean, it doesn't matter. So it should be okay. I mean, this is why I set up the game this way, so you can have stacked tiles. So stuff like fire can go on top of the bomb tile. Same with, like, you know, a lot of these things. All right, well, that seems to work pretty well. That's good. And we got the cool sound. It would be cool if there was some kind of, like, sound for when the bomb tile activates. We'll have to see if there's like a little ding ding and then it blows up. I want to do some more kind of animations like that, so we'll figure it all out later. All right. Well, I said I was going to do this today, so let's get started. Matchmaking. No more delaying. Yeah, I've thought about doing stuff like water. It could honestly be pretty neat. Yeah. I would not be opposed. So this is going to be the quick join button. So when you click this button, it'll just automatically find a lobby and just join you immediately. Which I think will be really nice. You don't have to mess around. You don't have to go through a server lobby. Yeah, like maybe like weather effects and stuff could be crazy. Like it starts raining and puts out the fire. Stuff like that could be really neat. I am not opposed, so we'll have to see. Ice volcano, yeah, maybe. When do you think the game will be finished? It's hard to say. I'm not like rushing to get it finished or anything. We'll definitely do like a play test before that happens, so but probably like March next year or something, like after the February Next Fest is over. Just give ourselves plenty of time to work on it, you know? I'm not really rushing to get this game done or anything. Even though things have gone extremely quickly, it's not like intentionally going quickly. How come I can never find the Godot Steam docs? Whatever. We'll go here and then go here. Matchmaking. Let's get this figured out. Matchmaking. Let's actually go to the Getting Started tab, because I think they talk about friends lobbies in there. No. Oh, auto matchmaking. Here it is. Finding a lobby. So on auto matchmake pressed, right? This is where you begin. With the matchmaking phase. So yeah, we'll have to make this function pretty fancy, because what I'll want to do is like connect people to lobbies that are closest to them first. So like if you're in the United States, try and do a United States lobby, ideally. But if you can't find a lobby in the US, you keep expanding your radius until you find one. So yeah, this is a pretty good tutorial here. Nice. So let's give this a try. So we just kind of press a button, and then we say steam.add, or just request lobby list, right? And then this will, is this an asynchronous function? Oh, we need a, I see, a function to, a signal to call back on that. Not the bats, yeah. It's crazy. What is the signal that we use? Just gonna find, click, find lobby. Let's do that. That way we can call this again if we find a lobby but it's full and invalid. So, I'm trying to figure this out. So we call this, and then there's some kind of signal, apparently. It's probably like a lobby match list or something, I think is what it is. Result when requesting the lobby list. Okay, so that is what we want. So whenever we call find lobby, I want to say that dot connect to lobby found and say connect one shot. So function lobby found, and that's gonna pass in an array of, so I'll call this lobbies found because it passes in multiple, and then say lobbies is an array. Okay. So we're just gonna try on each of these lobbies. Attempting join. Okay. So hopefully this works. So lobbies found. Now we say for lobby in lobbies, right? Or lobby ID. So this just returns an array of lobby IDs. This is mild down there. And then we go ahead and get some basic info. So like lobby name var lobby max. Maximum players would be steam.get num lobby members. I'm gonna have to know what the maximum number of players is in the lobby. Like get max, get num lobby members. I can get lobby data. And what does this return? It's the metadata. I know there's a way to get the maximum. Yeah, get lobby member limit. There we go. We gotta call Steam. Let's not worry about the name here. I don't really care right now. And then we can just kind of check all these things so far. Lobby current players is steam.get num lobby members, lobby ID. Okay. So we call all that. And then I want to say if the lobby current players is less than the maximum number of players in that lobby, go ahead and say steam.join lobby, right? Lobby ID. All right. And this should work theoretically. It's just a quick little initial matchmaking. But in the future, I'll probably add in a lot more logic here. So like, for example, if you loop through all your filters, we'll get it so you can like sort by, you know, say I only want lobbies in this area or with these game settings on. You can check for all that stuff. And if you don't find anything, then it'll just say, sorry, couldn't find any lobbies. Go ahead and try again or make your own, you know, that kind of thing. So that should work. And what I might do, honestly, is just if it doesn't find a lobby, I'll just automatically create one. So, okay. And then with join lobby, the thing is, though, is I'm going to have to call, like, the Steam functions that I use in the multiplayer manager, because we have, like, that function for when you get an invite, right? Like, join requested right here. Because that calls start connect, and then it calls join lobby and does all that stuff. So let's do that. And we know you're not already connected to it, so we'll say start connect inside of here. Curious, do you usually eat before or after stream? Usually after. That's when I eat. Tonight, I might eat way later, just because I don't think we have any dinner plans, so we'll see. I have no idea. I might not even eat at all. But we had a really late lunch, so I ate right before I started streaming today, but usually not. Okay, I guess we'll give this a try. We can delete some of this weird stuff that we don't need anymore. I had pizza for lunch. Yeah, we got some Domino's. Pretty fire. Pretty good. Okay, and then one more thing I want to test before this also is the effects on the bomb. We have to synchronize to clients. Don't know how yet, but we'll figure that out. How do I want to synchronize to the bomb? I ask because I'm eating my dinner now. Oh, yeah. Usually I eat around like 8 or 9 p.m. for dinner, which is always after I stream. But yeah. And then lunch, a lot of the times I just don't eat lunch. Or if I do have lunch, it's usually around like 2 p.m. So. Which is also when I wake up. Yeah. So, because I don't like to get up early. I mean, today I got up right before stream, so... I usually go to bed, though, at like 6 a.m., so it kind of balances itself out. So that's just going to do spawn effect on the server. That's the problem there. What I need to do is, I guess, make spawn effect also a RPC that I can theoretically call to people. And I guess we'll say call local. I don't ever want anyone other than the server to call that. So that should call it for everybody now. All it does is just run an effect. This should be totally fine to run from the server as an RPC. And there's going to be a lot of cases like this with these effects and events that happen. I mean, I could have a function that gets called on this node as an RPC that initiates the bombs. I guess we'll do that. We'll do that, yeah. Now that I think about it, it's kind of like a better way to do this. I'll just call function, you know, activate visuals. I then do that here. Call it as an RPC. Or tile in visited. Call local, it'll do the effects. Cool. Because effects don't do any like code by themselves. They're literally just you know, there to do effects, believe it or not. So all right, we're gonna try exporting this and see what happens. Dang, you should go to bed right after your streams, like 9 or 10 central. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm sure you get up probably a lot earlier than I do, so it all balances out. I don't know. I just have never been able to go to bed early. It's just so hard. The only time I've ever really consistently done it is for school because I have to. But it's not like my sleep schedule got better to adapt to that. I just got up early and didn't get any sleep. That's just how it happened. So it was kind of sucked a lot. That whole time I went to school. So that wasn't fun. Oh, I forgot to increment the game version. Hold on. Yeah, I enjoy the nighttime much more, and especially during the summer when it's just boiling hot outside anyways. I don't want to do anything during the day. It's too hot. It's better that I can sleep in my air-conditioned room, and then when it's cold outside, that's when I go out and go for a walk and do stuff. You know, like honestly. It's just too freaking hot. So it doesn't start getting like reasonably cold until like midnight. Not cold, I mean just livable. Below 80 degrees, so that just sucks, man. And then I'll get like 1 week in fall where it's kind of nice temperatures, and then it gets freezing cold and snows and becomes bad again. So I can't wait. I kind of hate living in Colorado sometimes, guys. I mean, it's fine as a state, but just the climate is terrible. It's like the worst ever. Should have probably logged or tested the game to make sure the things I just did actually work, but it'll be fine. So if this doesn't find anything, it'll just kind of give up. Yeah. What? I have to type in a code. Okay. Fine. Whatever. Okay, let's quit. Time to commence the test. Ignore my Minecraft server, guys. Alright. Let's run it here. What am I doing? I am currently working on my game, Tactic-Toe. We're about to test a new version. See if it works. Do that version. Start to build live. So I just implemented quick join. So if somebody has an open public lobby, it should just automatically join them into the lobby, but we're gonna test it right now. If the game looks cool, I will follow. I would appreciate it. So let's go ahead and go on here now and hit quick join. Oh my goodness. So it works. So quick join is implemented, guys. We got matchmaking. So it could be anyone's lobby, right? It doesn't have to be mine. It's just whatever public lobby that it finds first that has an open slot, it'll automatically join. So you don't have to mess with the stupid lobby like a Metric Chameleon and go find one and all that garbage. You just click join and it joins a game. That's all you gotta do. So Pretty cool. So anyways, let's yeah, very simple, which is exactly what I want. Let's start the game. Still gotta fix the win screen appearing here. I think I know why that's happening though. So I can see the 2 bombs there. So I can't place my piece there. I shouldn't be able to place it here either, which is good. So let's just start placing our pieces. I chose cross on both people, so it's hard to tell who's who, but it'll be fine. Yo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Also, sorry I missed this. Yeah, I can understand that. Random question: what would be your favorite game to make? Be? Yeah, Star Wars MMORPG. That'd be awesome. I mean, I've always really liked automation games, so I think one day I've always been saying I think it'd be really fun to try and make another one. It's hard to say though if that's my favorite game to make, you know, because it does require a lot of work. You've got to optimize the heck out of things, and that's kind of annoying. So I'm not sure if that's exactly my favorite genre to develop. It is to play, but yeah, it is hard to say. I could see doing, I mean, as cool as an MMORPG like that would be neat, but I like to make games with like more focus on mechanics versus like writing. Writing is fine, but yeah, what game would I like to make? It's kind of a tough question. Because also the thing is like I'm already like making the games I want to make, you know what I mean? That's one thing. Yeah, what would that be for me? I've really wanted to make a survival game for a long time. So that's one. Yo, thanks for the hydrate. Also a colony sim. I would love to do a colony sim. There's one that I've been wanting to do for a very long time, for like oh man, a long time, like 9 or 10 years now, where it's a colony sim game that takes place in the deep ocean. I really like the ocean for some reason. Never been, but I think it would be really cool. I've really liked games with like the steampunk, like almost look at a game like Barotrauma, that kind of like, you know, Barotrauma is like a sci-fi game, but also it's very like everything is mechanical and steampunky, right? So that's one thing I like about just the feeling of this game, and I think that as a colony sim could be really cool. I was thinking about it a lot last night, and I was like, I think it would be very fun, almost something in a way like Frostpunk, where you have this like this environmental hazard that you have to prepare for, because there's a couple of colony sims I've been playing that are like this. Same with like Timberborn is very similar to that. Because in this game, your only like danger is just dealing with the environment that you live in. Because what happens is there's droughts that come in, that roll in, and you have to like build these dams and store water and prepare for the drought. And it's very similar to Frostpunk, because your whole development of your colony is preparing to survive the storm that comes in, and it's super cold, right? It's always a battle against the cold. I think battle against the elements is a really fun mechanic for a colony sim, because it gives you like a goal. And of course, like dealing with enemies and stuff is cool too. I was thinking about another game also. They Are Billions. And this is a pretty fun game where it's like another colony sim survival kind of thing. And there's all these zombies that come in that you have to kill. Like lots of zombies. And this one is really fun too. So I've always liked games like that. Yeah, something like that I think would be really fun. And the deep sea is cool. And I think that kind of setting is just so innately dangerous that you could really do a lot of fun mechanics with it. I almost thought like a game like a colony sim set underwater on a planet like Subnautica would be freaking epic, I feel like. Just dealing with all these weird alien creatures that swim by your colony, and like you have to also deal with like the deep sea pressures, and there could be like weather events that happen, like maybe like a hot water rolls in and you have to create air conditioning loops. I don't know. That just sounds pretty cool to me. So one day I will work on that game. Yeah, these four are kind of like what I have in my head of how it would be, you know. Barotrauma for kind of like the setting and style. Frostpunk for that, like, I mean, also the setting, they're all very similar. Timberborn is, I wouldn't say like punky, but all of the other games are. So something like that, it would be kind of cool. I don't know. One day. But yeah, it's fair. I think story and fantasy are essential to my dev philosophy. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, colony sim isn't a genre I've never considered making a game for. Looks super interesting though. Yeah, I've always really liked colony sim games. Stuff like RimWorld 2. That's more of like a small scale colony game where you really like focus on a couple of people in your colony. I think I'd want to do something kind of a less personal colony sim, as in it's more about the general population of your colony versus like individual people, right? But I've always really liked this game too. Sick vision, thank you. Yeah, I think it could be fun. It's like the reason I never tackled it before is just because I felt like I never had the skills to do it. I just had no clue how to make a game like that. You know, I didn't know how to do the art that I would needed to do. I didn't know how to do like depth ordering properly, because I think it'd be neat if the world had like elevation to it and stuff. It would just be a single player game. I don't think multiplayer is a good idea. But now I feel like as time has gone on and I've made games already now, like Starground Lured In, I feel like it wouldn't be that bad anymore. I feel like it's kind of feasible. It's in reach now. I can almost see it. So maybe the time is approaching. Who knows? I feel like I would probably make it 3-dimensional because it would be a lot easier to kind of scan around and look at your colony, but I don't know. The only problem is 3-dimensional stuff is kind of harder to do, but we'll see. So really quick, I want to mute my game here just so I can watch the right side and make sure the bomb effects happen. So, oh yeah. Cool. So yeah, the effects on the bomb works on multiplayer. No problems there. Cool. Now everything's on fire. So see, what's fun is like if you activate it, then like another player can come along and be like, well, I'm gonna activate it then. Yeah. Pretty epic. And everything's synchronizing beautifully. Cool. Yeah, things are working really well. I've been very happy with how just straightforward the multiplayer has been and stuff on this so far, you know? Because it's definitely been one of my big concerns always has just been like, am I going to be able to tackle the multiplayer with this game? But so far, I have been able to, and I haven't had any problems at all, and I've been able to do everything I've ever wanted to, so I think it's fine. But yeah. Yeah, I like going back to basics personally, because I realized I was relying on AI as like a crutch and needed a way to scope down for projects I can actually finish as a dev. Yeah, it's cool to see someone on the journey can do such big scope stuff successfully. Obviously been at it for longer, but anyway, still sick to see. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I never really got into the AI stuff. I think just because I was already making games before that was like a very practical thing to do. you know? Like Starground started in like 2023 and AI did exist, but it sucked with Godot. Like, I still don't really use any AI at all just because yeah, I mean, like you were saying, it honestly, to me, it feels like a lot of the times it's just a crutch. I don't like relying on other things to fulfill my vision, right? So, I mean, the thing with AI is like, if you want to have good AI that actually can do cool stuff, you have to pay for it. And so immediately from the moment you start development, you're on like a time limit because you're burning money. And I don't like the concept of that. Every game that I've ever made, my budget is $0. I've never like spent a lot of money on anything. I've never spent money on programming or assets or anything because it's just I don't need to. And what that does is it means if I make any amount of money, it's instantly profitable. I have no like losses that I have to make up for, you know? And I think that's a really freeing thing in development. Like cutting those tethers, having the power to do it yourself and know that you don't have to spend any money or rely on anything. It's just, I think it's really good for motivation. Because there's like no limit to this game, to Tactic-Toe, like working on this right now. Like I don't have to worry about whether Claude servers are online or, you know, stuff like that. It's just, I can just go at it. So I totally know what you mean though. I saw a lot of people do that, like when I was at university, using AI as like a total crutch. Cause like it can do stuff for you, but then you're not improving or learning anything, right? And that's the problem. So we got ads going on. I apologize. I'll wait for the ads. And then we will continue. I wish Twitch didn't do ads. It's kind of freaking annoying. Something I need to fix with these option buttons is these always check whether it's the server or not on update. But the problem is that when you first load into the game, there is no multiplayer connection because there's no multiplayer peer assigned. So I kind of have to like check this. I mean, it checks when multiplayer has started, so it should be okay. Yeah, we're just going to calculate is server here. So var is server is going to be true. Right. And then if multiplayer.peer. So if we have our multiplayer peer assigned, then we say is server is equal to multiplayer.isServer. I think that should fix that issue with doing all these is server checks. I hope. And this is just in the spin panel. We got to do that in a couple other spots. So it's in the spin panel. We've also got the option panel where it calls update. This one is... Okay, now we're good there. So we just do the same thing there. If it's not the server and server only. Okay. And then the last one I think we have to do this on is the... This one is the same as... Okay, we have to do that one a little differently too. Yeah, this one's good. So just do the same. Oh, I already did that on the option panel, didn't I? Wait, so option panel, spin panel. Have I only done 2 types? I guess I have only done 2 types, but this one's like slightly different, the player piece one. Because it grabs unique ID here. So... Yeah, how do I want to figure that out? If it can't find it, then it just returns cross. So we'll just save our ID is equal to 0. But then if multiplayer.multiplayer peer, then we call this one. Okay. All right, sorry about the ads. Again, I wish they weren't forced upon us, but they are, so. Ooh, this is not happy. Oh, I called multiplayer.is server. That's not correct. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, I haven't used pay-to-play agents, but having the power to do yourself is exactly what I'm trying to relearn. Yeah. I think it's very powerful, you know? So. But yeah, I completely feel it. And I think also another big part of it too, that I feel like is important for me, is I get to look back on creating these projects and, you know, I get to feel proud of being able to create things. Like I look at Lured In and I can look at this and know I didn't use any AI. Like everything that was done in this game, the programming, the art, it is all me, right? Which is, it's kind of a nice thing to be able to say that you truly created something, right? And obviously, like, I used a drawing program, but I was the main driver at every step of the process, you know? I went into this program, I used my hands, and I placed my pixels, right? And honestly, to me as a player, that means so much more to me. Like when I play a game, one of the big things I always value is like you have this connection to the creator of this game that you're playing, right? And you can feel their, you know, which parts of it they touch. I always feel like, you know, just funny little references and things, and I think that's really important. When I see AI games, you know, primarily programmed with LLMs, or especially when the art is using generative AI, there's always like this, I don't know how to describe it, but like, it's, whether people think it does or not, AI has biases, you know? Like when I look at AI art, there's always, I can always kind of tell. And I think it's the same way with programming too. And just the ways that like menus work and stuff, it doesn't feel as personal. So, I don't know. I think there's just so many reasons to learn for yourself. And even if we're just talking like health impacts are positive too. Like if you're like using your brain and solving problems, it's good for you. It improves your memory, and if you're like old, it can stave off dementia. Like it's just, I don't know. I mean, if your only goal is to make money, then technically speaking, maybe using AI is more optimal. But I don't think that's my only goal for sure. Like money to me on these projects is just a means to an end so that I can just make more games, right? That's really the only reason I want money from these games. Because at the end of the day, what I want to make is like a, you know, a meaningful experience for people. So, but yeah. I've seen a lot of like incremental games are made with a lot of AI stuff. I think just because they're easier to make. And it varies a lot because a lot of these are not, it's always sometimes tricky to tell, but sometimes you go into these and they have AI disclaimers on them. I don't know which ones in here are at a glance, you know, but We can just open up some random ones and go look at their little disclaimer. I mean, this one, the art to me, it screams AI to me, but, you know, we'll see if that's true or not. It's like, let's go take a look at this guy. So yeah, this one's not. Which, good. Probably. I mean, you can't ever know for sure, because a lot of the times people also lie on these disclaimers. But, because I don't think you have to disclose usage of LLMs, which is the thing on Steam, so it's hard to know if people are using code. But yeah, see right there, AI capsule art is AI generated, which I assumed. And then this one, yeah, is used for part of localization, voiceovers, artworks, and other marketing materials, right? I don't know. You know, some people don't care at all, that's fine. But I do care about that. Like, why would I buy a game that somebody used a robot to create and spend money on that game when I could go buy one for the same price that had a real human person making every decision, right? It's like going to McDonald's and getting fast food for the same price as sitting down in a restaurant. Like, why would you do that? I mean, that's just the way I see it, right? You know, would I throw $10 at some vibe-coded game, or would I go buy Terraria for $10? Like, one of the best games of all time that has, like, hundreds of thousands of reviews, and you could play this game for thousands of hours. I have. So, I don't know. That's just the way a lot of the times I think about video games and comparing them. But anyways, not to make the whole stream about AI, but anyways. But I think it's a good thing to try and do things yourself. And even just, you know, beyond the talk of AI stuff, you know, using like asset packs. I mean, asset packs are okay, but I do encourage everybody to try and make stuff without things like that, without using like outside assets, because it just makes you a more smart and capable person, I feel like. So, yeah. And I always really like when people tackle projects with like limitations or like really interesting, you know, decisions. Like, for example, I've seen a couple games where people have manually like drawn out their art on pieces of paper and then scanned them and cropped them out and put them into the game. And I think that's just awesome. Like, that's one thing you don't really get out of AI is like very interesting decisions like that. I think it's just cool to be able to say, yeah, I made this game and every piece of art is... I also saw one that was every piece of art is an oil painting, which is crazy. Like, it's just cool to be able to take the things that you can do and make a project out of it. That's very awesome. Yeah, I don't know. Could draw your capsule art on a napkin and be more appealing to me than AI, yeah. I feel it. Yeah, I don't think... Here's the thing. If you have access to AI, then it means you also have access to all of the tools you need to do it yourself. I think that argument that it makes it more accessible doesn't really make any sense. Because the entire point to me of creating things is the fact that it takes work. Right? Like, it doesn't mean it's inaccessible. It just means that you have to put time into it and actually try. I don't know. I mean, there is a enormous wealth of tutorials on YouTube. You've got tons of great free drawing programs. Like Krita is completely free, and you can use Krita. It's free, and it's even on like mobile and stuff. So I just feel like it's not... I don't understand that argument of accessibility, but I think everyone can draw, honestly. I really do feel like anyone can do anything they want if they truly want to. You know what I mean? Now, obviously, some things are hard. Like, it's hard to just sit down and say, I want to be a billionaire, because that's kind of, you know, not always in your control. But if you want to really draw or really play an instrument, then I really do feel like as long as you put the time into it, it's possible. You know? More accessible for the lazy. Yeah, I kind of feel that. That's really what it is. I mean, when you think about it, we all start as stupid babies. I was a stupid baby and I didn't know how to do anything. But through the time that I spent living, I decided I am going to learn how to walk. And I'm going to learn how to talk and read and write and play piano and draw and program and do all of these things. It's not like those things just happened automatically. Like everything that we do in life, we have to decide to try. So it really is just, I think, a matter of dedication and the discipline to make yourself learn. But that's just what I think. And I think that's a good thing, because it means literally you can do anything you want if you want to. I really don't think anybody has, like, innate limitations. So, only live so much, I guess. Yeah, the real limitation is time. I mean, if you're on your deathbed, it's a little bit harder, but yeah, I don't want to spend 10 years on a single game. Definitely would not want to. Yeah. I mean, obviously it gets to a certain point where some things are just way too grand to reasonably finish in a lifetime. Like, it's hard to say I'm going to build my own pyramid, because that would take a very long time. But in terms of, like, reasonable things to learn, I feel like there's really no limit. The only limit is your lifespan. That's pretty much it. So, like the streaming of philosophy chip, yeah. Yeah. I do like thinking. Thinking is kind of fun. Maybe one day I need to make like a YouTube channel where I put all these thoughts into a form of a video, you know? I've thought about doing that. Because, I don't know, things that people just don't ever think about. I feel like there's so many interesting topics that are just not brought up for some reason, because it's just kind of normal. I don't know. I mean, I could look at anything around me right now and think about just how insane it is that that object exists and that we did that. Like, literally, let's look at this freaking stick of glue. The things that had to come together to create this object is wild. Like, we had to first invent plastic, which required us to refine oils, and creating machines to refine oils is a whole other pipeline where we had to discover, you know, ways to process ore and form it, and it's insane. And that's just for the plastic. And then there's a whole nother pipeline for the paper, for the branding on top of it. And a whole nother pipeline for the actual glue stick inside. This is a whole nother from around the entire planet. Nobody ever thinks about this stuff, guys. It's insane. I mean, this is wild. Yeah. Yeah, go over it. Some channels like that go mega viral, even if not for views. I think it would be fun. I guess the problem, though, is that it always comes down to when I think about doing YouTube content is the editing. I'd probably want to, like, visualize the concepts I would talk about, which would require me to draw a bunch, which is time consuming, and then I wouldn't have time to make games, so I don't know. Yeah, I'm watching you right now from a different continent. That's another thing that's also insane. Because if you look back even just 100 years ago, trying to communicate with people from the other side of the planet was pretty difficult. But now it's nothing. I talk to people from Australia all the time, across the entire planet, thousands of miles away. It's pretty wild. And you go back 200 years, which is not that long ago, and we were basically completely cut off except from the people in our general area. Like, we didn't really have, you know, any form of communication other than like physically go to somebody and talk to them, which is insane. Yeah, I just do hard cuts for editing. Yeah, I mean, that's probably what I would do. Just draw things I talk about and then cut to the next drawing, I guess. But animation, that's what kills me. If I animate, then it's over. Alright, packets traverse the entire ocean and go back at 100 milliseconds. Yeah. It is insane. Yeah, I just tried fixing it, adapting as they went. Yeah. People never appreciate the power of humanity to make things, you know? Obviously, not one individual person can do something like that. It would be extremely difficult. But through the power of the collective, we can do crazy stuff. It is insane. I guess the essential thing about reality, like the fact we wake up every day in the same body. It is pretty weird thinking about stuff like that. Yeah, like sometimes I wake up and I think like, isn't it insane that just anything exists? Period. That there's just stuff here for some reason. You know? And then it's like, where did that stuff come from? Why is it here? I quickly, I think, get to the, unfortunately, hit the limitations of human psychology. Like, there are limits to the things I am able to think, which is unfortunate. I don't know. Yeah, it's wild. It's crazy also that, like, we have the ability to think about stuff like that. Because animals don't think about that stuff. You know? Our brains have gotten so complicated over the thousands of years we've evolved that all of a sudden we're now thinking about the very fabric of existence. That's weird. Like, there's no genetic benefit to thinking about that. Like, it's probably a very bad thing to think about stuff like that. But we do. That's kind of wild. It's so crazy, guys. I think we already peaked as humans, honestly. It's hard to say. I mean, another thing too, I think everybody likes to paint humanity in this negative light, like everything is going bad. But when you really look back even just 100 years, life is way better. People don't die anymore all the time for no reason. We know what germs are. Crime is down insanely. Like, even just over the past 20 years. It's like exponential. It's not like these things have leveled off. It's like at its fastest rate of improvement ever. I think it's always important to keep stuff like that in mind. Like, even though there's always going to be these locally bad things, I still feel like overall humanity is still on a positive path. Obviously, there's challenges like global warming, which are bad, but, you know, I think we all understand that it's bad. And it's hard to... I mean, there are things being worked on now, but they just take time. So... and it's making thinking really complicated. What's up with the game? Yeah, this is the philosophy stream now. But... anyways, yeah, game's going good. We added in bombs to blow up your enemies. It's pretty epic. So, but yeah. Anyways. But yeah, maybe I'll make a YouTube channel one day. It would be kind of fun. On Ember's note, are you gonna make the symbols exclusive so only one person can have each symbol? I don't know how I want to tackle that. One thought that I've had is there's games where that can happen. Like, for example, if you're in Civilization 6, you can become the same civilization as someone else. So you could have like two people that are the American civilization, right? And what happens with that is instead of just blocking you from becoming the same civilization, they just change your color. So normally, like, America is like a dark blue, right? But it'll just like kind of add like a secondary color or like a pattern and just change your color slightly, so you can still be the same piece or the same character, but still be recognizable as a different player. So I might do something like that with the pieces. I could apply some kind of like pattern, like have a whole list of different patterns that get applied and color modulations to make it different. So I think that's going to be the plan, but we'll see. But yeah, I'm kind of being more local. I've seen a lot of people just offloading all their thinking to AI. Yeah, I mean, it's complicated because AI is also a very good thing for humanity in the long term. It's going to be interesting to see if we, get our stuff together. Because it probably will cure many diseases and do a lot of good things. But I hope we stop using it to make art. That's stupid. Oh, do you want to color switch with code? We can totally do, color swapping with code. I can create like a big list of like alternate colors, right? So we can kind of do it that way, honestly. Oh, chat super fine. Oh yeah, sorry. Does that take too long to read things? We could honestly do... There's kind of two ways we could go about this. I think it would be nice if... Because one thing I don't like about doing alternate colors is for colorblind people. But we can do kind of combinations. So we could do like a big list of alternate textures. That's also a different color. So let's say we have our plain regular piece, which is an X, right? Boom. We could have like all these different textures that get applied. So the second player maybe is like orange and they have this like stripe pattern like this, right? And that gets like overlaid onto the piece. And then maybe the next pattern is like completely different, like it's pink with like polka dots or something, So I could see doing something like that. Because I'd like if each alternate color also had a different pattern applied to. So I think I would like that. And we could have a third one that's maybe green or something, and that has a whole different thing. Right? So that could have, I don't know, vertical stripes, something different. We'll have to see. Yeah, basically like wrapping paper. I think it could be fun. And that'd be a good way to prevent confusion when you have the same symbols, because it's just going to be a whole different pattern and everything, so. Now, here's one thing. I know you're going to redo the symbols, which is good. One problem with applying this with code is it's kind of like complicated to do. But the way that we can tackle this is just make the symbol white. Because then what I can do is like multiply this color by the texture with a shader. So it's almost like as if we pasted this texture on like this. And then what I can do is like, it's literally this. If I go into layer style or layer properties, I change this mode into multiply. And then we cut the areas outside of the X like this. So this is literally what it would look like. So it would take the texture and it'll still take into account like the different shades of gray. and just multiply the white by the texture we apply to it so that we can easily do like wraps and skins like this. So how does that sound? So I think it would be good. So the way we would, set this up is all of the symbols just draw as white. Because I know you want to go through and change these up anyways, so just make the brightest color on this symbol pure white, and then just keep decreasing in shades of gray like this, right? So the square would become this. And then, we just multiply the symbol color along with the texture, and there we go. And then we can also do different base colors for these. I mean, I guess we don't have to, technically. Honestly, this is something we can do, is just give people the ability to choose whatever texture they want. So you can pick a symbol and a texture to apply onto the symbol. And we might have some custom symbols, that are really hard to apply a texture to, which is fine. But we'll worry about that in the future if we do like skins or something, crossover events, who knows? But we'll see. I think that'd be pretty cool. Now, would that still fix the problem though? I guess then you could do the same symbol, but then I check and I make sure people can't select the same texture. So that's kind of how that could work, maybe. So we'll have to do quite a few wraps. But yeah. So we could do like solid colors and then a... I just thought of another thing that we could potentially do also. Which we can if this interests you. But we can both let people choose the color and the pattern of their symbol. So you could draw all of these wraps just as white, right? And then you can kind of do this, where like if you do like a stripe, you just do it as white with gray stripes. So then the way this works is we multiply all these together. So we do the pattern, and also people get like a pop-up menu where they get to select the color of their symbol. How does that sound? Because it's a little bit more customization. So you can pair up this texture with any color you want. So for example, you could make it pink, or you could make it yellow, or you could make it blue. You can do any color you want. So maybe we'll do that. Ice from Terraria has a different meaning for me because the first time I played Terraria, I based near an ice biome. I also, the first place I ever went to in Terraria, I lived in the ice biome too. That's exactly what I did. We're doing like color splotches, just the whole RGB wheel. I think what we'll do is just use our palette as the potential colors you can select. So, yeah. I'll just program all these into the game, and then you can select one of these colors in here. I mean, we could do a color wheel. The problem, though, is when we add in controller support, because it's kind of pretty hard to select things with the built-in color wheel. So it's not ideal. Another option, though, that we do have is you could just control the RGB values individually. So you just have like 3 boxes with RG and B, and you can just slide those around to choose your color. Because RGB, you can do any possible color. So that's another option. And that would give you a lot more colors than just whatever's in the palette. So I'm not opposed to that method too. We'll have to see. Yeah, the Triple T palette rocks. Use it for a lot of general art stuff. It has everything I need. Let's go, yeah. I think it's pretty good. It's just a decent, like, multi-purpose palette, right? Because it's got pretty much every color in there. But not, like, so many colors that it's overwhelming. This is the thing I always like about palettes. It's like, it helps combat, like, having too many choices. Because sometimes when I draw stuff, it's really hard to decide, like, what kind of blue do I want to do, right? Because there's blue, but then there's also like a slightly more green blue and a slightly more red blue, and there's just so many different, there's like millions of different blues. That's why I've always liked palettes, because I just have the blue. And also it's great because if you do two different assets, you know that the colors you're using in them will be the same color. So I kind of like that. Palettes are epic for making consistent art. So, and it just saves a lot of time. Like, you don't have to sit there and tweak the blue that you used. You just click and there you go. You got the blue, right? And if you really need to, you can create a mid-tone if you have to, right? Like if I put this bright blue down, I need a color in between those, I can just make it really quick. Just lower like the value here and there you go, right? So it's not that hard. But honestly, I have a lot of fun doing mid-tones with different colors. So like what I was doing for this bright blue and the darker one, I was using like a pink tone to kind of like anti-alias between these two. And I think it's kind of fun. It makes the art look kind of interesting when you do stuff like this, right? So I actually don't mind this. Because I think the thing that's most important anyways is values. Like the actual color of a color doesn't really matter that much. But as long as you have a good transition from darker value to brighter value, that's what matters, right? So I've had a lot of fun doing that, honestly. Yeah, like the pink is a pretty good in-between color for this. You could also use like maybe some kind of like brown or tan, but that doesn't really look as good. Yeah, the pink is way better. Is that Blender? No, this is this is Krita. It's a drawing program. It's open source and free, so Blender's for 3D modeling. And Krita's for 2D art. Yeah, anyway, Zach, so then for the textures on those, I would just go ahead and make them one tile. So make them 256 by 256, like this. And that will be the size. And you know what? Here's another thing I recommend. Make them tileable. Because we could also potentially animate these textures as well and set the scale of the texture. There's a lot we could do. And I'll just let everybody do it if they want. Probably. We might occasionally run into a limit of sending the size of a packet, but I think as long as I kind of crush all this data into one like string or group of stuff, it should be okay. Because these textures, it just has like an ID it's assigned to, so that should be okay. And then the numbers, yeah, we'll see. Could we have a special one or ones that look like Earthbound battle background? It would be pretty awesome. Yeah, Earthbound battle backgrounds. Oh yeah, we can totally do this kind of stuff. It'd be pretty awesome. Yeah, so you could totally just make some like this that are just cool wavy patterns, as long as they tile, which I'm sure these ones probably do. Because then when you move this is literally what's happening. It looks like this is like waving back and forth, but this is just, they're just moving it to the top left. That's all they're doing with this texture. So we can get some pretty neat, like, it'll look like it's being animated, but it's really just moving the texture. Right? I think that could be fun. And honestly, this kind of opens up an interesting thing, which is, what if we made it so you can only activate certain parts of your symbol if you get achievements? So it's kind of like a little like token of the time that you've put into the game. So maybe you get scrollable textures, you know, movement unlocked after winning a certain number of games or something like that. We could give like each different texture a required number of wins. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'd be really cool. Because that's just a great little way to add in like a part of like progress, you know? Yeah, buying skins make me feel nothing. Getting them as trophies make my dopamine receptors go blur. I think skins unlocked via trophy is far superior to skins that are bought. When you buy a skin, all you're saying is just, I spent $5. But when you, like, unlock a skin by playing the game, you're telling everybody, I'm a pro. I unlocked this because I won a bunch of times, you know? I think that's way cooler. So, yeah. I always really like that, linking Steam achievements into little, like, things like this. Progress. I think it's fun. And especially since we're so reliant on the Steam networking anyways, I'll just make all these unlocks linked to the achievement system. Because you're not going to be playing this off of Steam. So, yeah, might as well. Yeah, I think it'd be really fun. You know, honestly, the more I think about this stuff, it's very unlikely that somebody ends up picking the exact same skin as you. So I might just make it that if they pick the same symbol, I'm just going to put a number that says 2. Right? Because it's going to be really annoying if we limit people's creativity and be like, you can't pick this one because somebody already did. If it's similar enough, I'm just going to put a number on it, you know? I think that'd be fine. Because I think they also do that in Civilization, where they just, like, I think they put a number on your name if you're the same Civ. So if you're, like, the second America, just puts a 2 next to you, which I think is good enough. And we'll just add in so many symbols that it's unlikely that ever happens. So, yeah, feel free to mess with that stuff. I think it'd be really fun. We can just start off with like a couple of different ones just to see how the whole system works and then keep expanding out from there. So, yeah, let's go ahead and set the number stuff up then. Oh, hide lobby button does it here too. This is in the escape menu. I see. So I'm gonna have to do the same thing where I check this here. Yo, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Yeah, I think it'd just be a fun novelty, just finding someone twinning with you in the first place. Yeah, I think it'd be cool. Is it worth making basic one color ones for the default tiles? You shouldn't have to do that. Because the textures, like we were saying, I think draw those in like white, black and white. So make everything like, every texture should kind of center around pure white. Because basically, just imagine pure white just becomes whatever color the player selects, right? So if you do something like this with a darker gray in it, then the darker gray becomes sort of the same color as the player selected, but just a darker variant. So the white becomes the normal orange, and then this color becomes the darker orange, like that. Does that make sense? So that should work pretty well. Yeah, the customization stuff is going to go crazy then. One day it would be really fun if we could also do like workshop skins and textures and stuff. You could import a symbol from the workshop. It would be kind of difficult because the problem is like everyone in the lobby would have to have that same workshop item for it to visually display to people. So that's something that we'll worry about in the future. I don't think we have to concern ourselves with that right now. But yeah. All right, so the bomb works. Our quick join works. I'm just too good, guys. Every time I add something into this game, I get done too early. Now I don't know what to do. Just keep adding more cool stuff, I guess. I probably will add in like a connection panel on this though. Where when you click on quick join, it'll open up a screen that's like, you know, finding lobby, just so you don't press it over and over and think nothing's happening. So we will add that in. I'll just add a color rect here. Oh, it looks so good. By the way, I'm really happy with it. Yeah, I think it's pretty epic. I'm happy with how it turned out. Let's do a, do I even need anything? I'll just do a rich text label that just sits there and floats. Oh god, I didn't mean to delete that one. Yeah, I set that like little offset on the explosions going, and I think that turned out really cool. I'm happy with how that went. Make sure there's no context menu. So this is gonna say finding a lobby, right? Put it in the center. Turn off wrapping. So when you click on quick join, it's just gonna show this text here like this. Boom, it's gonna say finding a lobby. And it'll just do that until it finds a lobby, right? All right. So whenever you click on this, we're gonna say, I might need to set this as a new game state. We'll see. Because right, we have like enter lobby and all this stuff. I'll see. I also need a way to cancel out of this when you do press that button, because otherwise you'll get locked there forever. So. So finding lobby, when you hit that, visible is true. And then also let's say connect dot visible is false. So that should work. Okay. Now, we have to have some code set up for if we did not find a valid lobby. So I'm just going to say function lobby not found. Right. And what we'll probably do is set like a timer. Well, I guess it'll try and join here. If anything happens, it'll return back. Okay. So if there is no lobby found, I'll just say var lobby found is true, right? Oh god. And then at the end we say if no lobby was found, then go ahead and return back to where we were. We call lobby not found. And then here we say finding lobby is false. And I actually want to call multiplayer manager dot networking failed and pass in the error no valid lobbies found. Right? Let's give that a try. So when we click on this, it should show that text, and then boom, connection lost, no valid lobbies found. And I'm probably going to do a different menu for this, honestly, because I want it to say, instead of just no valid lobbies found, I want to prompt the player to say, no lobbies have been found. Make your own? Question mark? Right? And then it'll just give you the host button here. That's what I want to do. Because then let's say there's no lobbies, there's just no one on the game. You should go ahead and make a lobby for yourself that people can join. So. Yeah, that seems to work pretty well. And it keeps throwing this error here with the hide lobby button. So yeah, we got to fix this. Oh, this is in the escape menu. So I'm just going to say if multiplayer dot multiplayer peer, then is server. Is server. Okay. That should fix that issue. Just got to make sure that it's actually valid. Now, that code I did there, though. The escape menu code. Does this update? Okay, yeah, it does update whenever the game state changes, so it should update with the multiplayer stuff. Cool. Also, this menu now here, the networking error menu, should really be an actual menu type. So let's go into the main menu again. And this error pop-up, right? What does this extend? See, this should extend menu. So yeah, if all of this stuff happened here, then we say toggle on and force it to happen. All right. I don't need to do that anymore. Cool. So now when that menu opens up, it should have the animation and just be a part of the menu system, which is kind of important, right? Like that. It'll just be better that way. All right, cool. So for our buttons here, what kind of like style do we want to do for those? Because I don't like how they look now. I do like the panel vibe that we got going on because we got that like texture applied to it and it does the little wobbling. So I think that's nice. But for the buttons themselves, I'm not sure how I feel yet. Let's go look at our theme and see what we can do there. I mean, they're fine, but I wonder what we can do to make that cooler. Because we've got the corner radius, which I don't want to do any more than it already is, probably. Maybe we can do like some weird stuff like this. I don't think that looks good though. I kind of like it at 8. Let's lower the corner detail to just 1 probably. Make them like hexagonal. Maybe. The only thing is it kind of messes up the border slightly, but I don't know. It's probably okay. We can skew them like this, but that can cause a lot of like weird like this. You can see it looks kind of bad. So I don't know about the skewing. We can blend the border, so it kind of like smoothly blends in like that. Right? So you can do stuff like this, where it's got this like gradient. The only thing I wish buttons had, these flat style box flats, is you could like layer up multiple borders and stuff. That would be really nice if you could, because you could make a lot cooler looking UI. But I don't know. And you can do the same thing on the bottom and stuff. Make the buttons look like smooth. This looks like a game from like 2010. And this is with no border whatsoever, which I actually don't completely mind either. So I don't know if we even need a border. I'm gonna increase the corner radius a tiny bit like that, so you can see that it's like got those corners there. It's kind of weird though, it causes problems. Let's go back to 8. Let's turn off blending. So I shouldn't have done that. And you can do like a border on just one side of it if you wanted to, right? Something like that. And like that can work for some buttons, but I'd like to just create a universal button. I mean, I don't know, maybe buttons don't have to be too crazy. Just go kind of flat with them because we've got all the animations and stuff that'll make them look cool. I kind of want to change the animation on these buttons to like animate way faster, I think. Because I made them kind of slow for Lure to End because it's a chill game, but I think this game is a lot more fast-paced. So let's actually take a look at that. I don't do the shine stuff yet. Because see, I do these tweens right here where I do... That's when I first open it up. Then right here, I'm lerping between that rotation over the course of 1 second. So I might change that to be 0.5 seconds. Just kind of makes these buttons a little more animated, right? Like that. Which I like. Cool. I don't want them to wiggle around too much because it can cause some weird like issues with larger buttons because they're so wide it like looks crazy because they're really twisting around, but I think this looks better with the faster animation. And we'll make it so they change to a different theme here when you hover over them because I don't like how that one is, obviously. So then we'll go ahead and do the hover mode. Paste it as a unique one. I feel like the options effect on that is not very emphasized. Because whenever we say pressed, that's if hovered state. Otherwise we set it to 0.9. Let's go down to 0.8 maybe. I want it to like, you want to really feel it get pressed, I think. Okay. So then for hover, it's going to be a similar thing here. But I think then for this one, we could do a border that's like maybe white or just a little bit different. So let's actually get our palette out. I think it's time to palletize our UI. Right now we kind of have this like grayish, brownish, tan UI. We don't have to go with that color. But I do like the warm colors, kind of. Like this maybe for the hovered button could be nice. Then around that we use the bright tan. And then for this one we give it some border width. At least a little bit, maybe more. Like that. And back on the normal one, we set this one over to darker brown, like this one. So that's what these sort of look like then. However, let's do slightly less on that border. We might actually make the border on that blend. So it kind of looks like it's like glowing, which I like. Might even go brighter then. Like white. Okay. And then pressed is going to be, again, pretty similar, but darker. Like a dark brown. And I might even do like the opposite of the hover one, where I give it a border, but it's dark. Just to really emphasize that press. Give that a try. It'll kind of look like a shadow, right? Instead of a glow around the edges, almost like the buttons being like pressed in. I feel like the press thing here is not working for some reason. On the animated button. It's kind of weird. Does that work on lured in? Wonder if I didn't set some signals up right. I don't know. Because it should set it to be pressed. Oh God, what is going on? Lured in is broken, oh God. So I say up here on ready, press.connect to set state bind pressed. I guess if I was already in the hovered state, then it doesn't do the pressed animation. You can see it happen there. Like it shrinks down and then goes back up. But I feel like that's not happening over here. Let me mute my audio and learn it. I guess this is because it's going instantly covering my UI. Okay, it does happen. Like if you click on these guys, it does work. I guess it's just a little quirky. I feel like almost the contrast between these two is too much, so I might go back here and change the hover one again to just be the regular brown color, but keep the white so it kind of looks like that. And maybe lower the border width. I think that works pretty well. Then I might do the same thing over on the pressed one too, where we have regular brown, but then the dark. Maybe on the top I'll do a lot. And kind of same on the right, then less on the bottom and left to kind of make it look like a shadow, like it's inset in. And I could also do some fancier stuff too, like with the expand margins. I could really make it look like it's being pressed in. Thank you for sneezing that ad. So we got like the bottom margins and stuff. I could say like when it's pressed in, like the margins could like expand like that or something. Or maybe I do the inverse, so when it's hovered, I expand the margins by a little bit. Like that. Because then when you hit it to press it, it like kind of shrinks down. I think that's pretty nice. I just want everything to feel very juicy, right? That's the goal. And the UI is a big part of that. I'm still not 100% sure, though, like on the color scheming of the UI, right? So we have to think about that. It would be really cool if for the button texture, it was like a tileable pattern of triangles, squares, and X's. That could be kind of neat. So I could just change this button to be a texture rect button, which would be fine. Let's screw around a little bit. Let's create a pretty big texture here. The problem is like the larger the texture is, the larger the minimum size of this button is. So I don't know if there's like an easy way to do this. I guess I could do a shader on every single button, but that kind of sucks, and it'll also apply to the text, which is not ideal. So, yeah, I'm not sure about that yet. Do floaty shapes with the light crumpled paper texture? Yeah. I need to look around at, like, there's the one game we were looking at of Yoshi Crafted World UI. It's right here. And I like how the UIs on this game will look, right? And they do have that kind of energy. Like if you look at these buttons, like they have that like texture, papery texture on them. These crappy world, yeah. So we could do something kind of like that. And it's interesting how all of their UI nodes are slightly different. So like for nodes like this, they have like a different style on it, right? And then for regular buttons, that's always consistent. But then it's got like a different background for like big header labels like this and stuff. It's kind of interesting how they do all that. Yeah, something kind of like this where we got like a paper texture applied to it, I think would be cool. Honestly, I should probably go get a paper texture. We can just grab something like this. That's like too dark. Ideally, I'd like it to be white, like this. Or even like this is pretty good. And I might do some color tweaking. Is this actually seamless? I have some doubts. Was it Shift W? This is not seamless. But you know where I could maybe get one of those? My little friend I like to call Filter Forge. Search for paper. And yeah, we can look for some paper now. So we can get a lot of cool textures this way. We got cardboard. It's not bad. Wrinkled paper. This is what I want. If I could disable these, like, you know, lines, that would be perfect. But I don't know if it's tileable. Oh, it is. If we can get rid of the lines on this, then this is exactly what I want. So let's see. Or maybe we keep the lines. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Seamless tiling. Here, let's go ahead and make this texture 512 by 512. I don't think it is. It's 600 by 600 for some reason, which is stupid. Open this up. Seamless. Here we go. Paper type. Oh, yeah. There's like graph paper, and then also just regular paper. What stupid did I do it? No, you're good. Don't worry. It's just that Filter Forge always does a weird resolution as default for some reason. What is dried paper effect? Oh, it just kind of blurs it. The blur might actually be a good idea. At least it's like a little bit to kind of anti-alias it. But we want it to be nice and sharp. Then wrinkles, that's at 55 by default. Oh! Yeah, let's keep it on that. All right, that looks pretty good. So now I can export this. Oh yeah, I saw an epic hack also that we need to try. But somebody took a dryer sheet and took an image of it and used it as their like textures in Blender, and we could do the same thing for this game. It might be kind of awesome. Where is it? Here you are. What was it saved as? I don't know. Paper. No? What did you save as? Oh, it's called Artboard 1. Name that to paper texture. So let's go into our panel thing. Right, panel material. And instead of doing this colored noise here now, I want to try the paper. See what it looks like. Boom. Let's see. So that's what the paper looks like. It's pretty minimal. So I'll probably have to increase the contrast of it a little bit. But it's not bad. I just need some more functions to multiply by more. Well, it's because we're only doing 0.05, so let's just increase the mix. Well, actually, we shouldn't really mix this anymore. Now what we should do is multiply it, right? Times noise overlay. Boom. Because it's just white. Oh yeah. Can't say great on my stream, but it shouldn't be too heavy anyways. Yeah, it's hard to see on the stream for sure, but this is what it looks like at full. We're gonna make it not that extreme. I can multiply it by that, but then before I multiply that, I say mix between that and just pure white. right? Back 3, 1, 1, 1, and like let's start with 50%. Might want to do more than that. So that's at 50%. It's not terrible. The thing is if we go with the paper vibe, we need everything to be paper. So... And I should also do the same thing in like the hosting screen here. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the paper or not. It's not terrible. I mean, there's a lot of other textures that we could do. It doesn't have to be paper necessarily. Like, I kind of like the cardboard texture. If we could create a white cardboard somehow. Let's see. I'll still keep the paper around, though. Okay, there is hue on the cardboard. Yeah, construction paper or felt could be cool too, yeah. Oh, I can decrease the saturation, thank God. And do full lightness. Please work. Is it updating? So this is what the cardboard looks like. Yeah, I do like this texture. It's kind of awesome. There's Ridge F variants that was on 81 before. I think 81 seemed pretty good. And then A variants on 76. I feel like the defaults are pretty solid. Dent amount is on 50. We can increase the dent amount. Doesn't look like cardboard anymore. Yo, Dobbs, thanks so much for the raid. Just got in with an ad. Hopefully that's not gonna show up for everybody, but it might. But welcome in. How's it going? What are we up to today on your stream? There's a dirt amount. I can do a little bit of dirt. I like the dirt, actually. Let's give this texture a try, see what we think. Don't do draft mode. And then when I export, it should export as final. Just export that one. It's still like a little off-white, so it's going to cause issues when we multiply it by our base color. So I might have to go into Krita and fix that, but let's see what it looks like. Yo, what up? Yeah, welcome in, gamers. Making a sort of Coliseum side thing. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Very cool. Yeah, I'm just working on Tactic Toe today. I'm messing with some UI stuff. I'm generating some different textures here. Filter Forge. Messing around. I do like the cardboard. I feel like that's kind of awesome, actually. I think the cardboard is really cool. So we might do the cardboard. And then honestly, I'll probably do no mixing with the white color there. Yeah, UI. We hate UI around these parts. Yeah. Nah, I don't really mind doing it too much. It can be really hard sometimes, but it's a little bit fun. And let's do... See, the problem is that it's not black and white, so I gotta desaturate. We'll do, I don't know which one matters. We'll just do regular lightness. And then I need to, like, kind of equalize to the brightest color. So I'm gonna go into filter just HSV and just keep bumping up the brightness till it's where I want it. That does kind of ruin everything, though, doesn't it? I need to do like a contrast or like the what's the word? The gamma. I don't know how to do gamma in here though. Colors, blur. Well, I could do levels Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Like this, and then that kind of allows me to control this a lot better. There we go. That's what I want. Just kind of equalize this up to like pure white, like that. Now that's a good texture right there. Oh yeah. So that's what it looks like with the cardboard, which I think is pretty cool. I kind of like the cardboard, honestly. Yeah. And if I like adjusted these borders so it had like a neat little cardboard, you know, like the triangles on the cardboard, you know what I'm talking about. That could be kind of fun, maybe. We'll see. Just never having a good time building out UI stuff, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, we have to think about color scheming now, too, because this is not using... Yeah, the corrugation, exactly. Yeah, I'll show off some of the stuff we did today. So we got some new tiles implemented. We've been working a lot on like the textures and stuff out here. We got the cool tree now and the rocks. The volcano still needs to be redone because that was from the lower resolution. So, and I drew these little rocks. I think they're too small. I think I need to make them like larger or something, or just reduce the amount of detail. But yeah, you got the bomb tile here. So what this does is whenever you place a tile, like finish a combo on a bomb, it does that. It blows up and destroys everything. So it's kind of like a good way to clear out the map. And you should be able to do it with like a pattern like this too. I haven't actually checked this. No! The volcano destroyed the bomb tile. I can't believe this. See, you can't place there unless the tile you place on there ends a combo. Which is something we wanted to do because otherwise you could just kind of capture the bomb tile and it's kind of unfair to everybody. But if you put these pieces here and then you have to click on here last, that's kind of a little bit better, I think. What I did with the bomb effect, the explosion effect, is I actually made each of the parts of it like one of our symbols. Ignore this flash thing. The like initial white bits are triangles. The shrapnel is little X's that shoot out, right? The fire is square, and then the smoke is circle. So I kind of liked how that worked. I think it's fun to make all the particles like symbols. So yeah, things are coming along. So it's going pretty good. And the volcano is working. We need to do the tiles and sound effects and particles for the volcano, but that shouldn't be too hard. Should plays wins. Yeah, I do not like how the buttons look right now. We need to figure out what to do with that. And I like how it looks. I do like the UI. It kind of looks like we're stacking up pieces of cardboard on top of each other, which I think is cool. So I'd like to keep doing that, probably. I just don't know how I want to apply that cardboard texture to the buttons. See, we were looking at some like the UI game database, and I really like how this game looks, which is Yoshi's Crafted World, because like everything in the UI is made out of like paper and cardboard and stuff. And I think it just looks kind of sick. So I'm thinking if we do something along those lines, because also the reason I think going for this kind of style for the UI is Tactic-Toe is drawn on paper anyways. It's like a paper game. So I think if we kind of keep the UI centered around that concept, it's kind of cool. So, I don't know. I need to hydrate. I think you mentioned doing a felt, right? Yeah, some felt could be cool. We can get some good white felt. Something kind of like this, honestly, would probably work. Wait for this to load in. And this just has a hue variable, doesn't it? Great. I wish these had the ability to select the the brightness, but it doesn't really matter. I'll just go ahead and export this as it is and then edit it in Krita. It does have some weird stuff going on with the seamless tiling though on this one. It's crazy. This one from 2008. That's something I don't ever think about with this, but the filters on Filter Forge are really old. Let's try this out. A different felt. Oh yes, this one I can actually pick the color, so I can just say white, which it didn't work at all. Well, that's fine, no matter. I do like this texture. It's kind of nice. Let's try it. Definitely have to tweak it though. That's okay. Then in here we've got the board. Rename that to felt. Heading in for the night. Thanks for the great stream. Thank you, Condiment Colonel, for coming in. I do appreciate it. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. Let's go load this in. Where's my felt? I need to use cool textures more. I don't ever do this with stuff in games, but I did it with like the water texture we have now, and it's just kind of cool. It's like, why not use these more, you know? All right, so let's adjust our levels until we get like pure white, right? I kind of want to lower the contrast on this a little bit, I think. Which I guess I'd be adjusting the mid-tone. Trying to think about how this would work. Kind of like that, I think, is about right. Because we got some like almost pure white pixels in here. So let's see what this looks like. And then what like element do we want to apply that onto? That's what we need to decide. It would be cool if this secondary panel style, like these guys, were actually a different texture. That could be kind of cool. So maybe we do that. So let's go to our theme. And we have, let's see, this panel. It's panel container thin dark. So I'd like to, yeah. This is gonna be a little weird. But in here where we say set up nodes or whatever, this is where I add this material to the panel container. So I want to check the theme. If node.theme type variation is equal to, right? What, panel container thin dark? Then do a different material, otherwise do the regular material. So we're going to duplicate this, call this panel material thin dark. Boom, so it's going to be almost the same thing, just a little different. And now this one's going to have a felt texture applied to it. All right. And then one thing I want to do in this is have the ability to control how strong that overlay is, right? And I'm trying to think how I want to do this, because mix is not what I want to do. It's complicated. I want to control the amount of multiplication. So I think I want to say 1.0 minus texture strength, right? And we can add that in as a thing in here. Uniform no texture strength equals 1. And then I need to do like what? Hint range. How do I do that again? You can like put in a thing so it stays between a certain value. I'm not sure. Well, no matter. Let's go try this out, see what it looks like. So the darker panel should look like felt now. Oh yeah, that's kind of epic actually. I think it'd be cool if we did some multicolor stuff. So let's go back to our theme, and instead of doing just kind of the brownish gray for the felt, because felt is never that color, I think some like cool, like kind of like a blue felt would be interesting. Right? So what if we did that? More blue. And keep it dark. Right, almost something like that. Maybe a little brighter. But not like too saturated. Maybe a little darker. Maybe ever so slightly brighter. It's a tricky line, we gotta be careful. I kind of like how that looks. If it's all just like different textures and materials, it might be really interesting, honestly. I really don't mind where the panel's at. It just looks like a sheet of cardboard, which kind of makes sense anyways, because cardboard is like a good, like, you know, structural material. When you think about these panels, it's like they're like the backdrop for everything that's connected to it. So I like how that looks. I honestly almost feel like we should invert these so it goes dark with the felt, and then on top of that is the cardboard for these panels. So I'm considering that. Let's go see what that would look like. So like this option panel. Let's change the base panel theme into that one. Then change this panel theme into the regular panel. What does that look like? It's we gotta reload the game for it to take effect, but let's go see. The only problem is the felt is a thin panel, which I don't want in that spot. It's better to have the thin panel on the drop down here, right? Which is the only downside. But it's kind of cool. I mean, I do like that coloring though, where it's dark and then brighter again. So maybe we'll have to do a variant of the cardboard that's like a thinner panel, right? Or maybe do another one of the felt that's also like that too. Yeah, let's give ourselves some more options here, right? It'll just make everything easier. So for thin dark, you can see what we have in the content margins, right? It's only 6, whereas regular panel, our content margins are 8. So I want to do another one here, where we're going to have panel container thin. No, just panel container dark. So it's going to be like the regular one, but not thin. Right? And we'll just extend that from regular panel container. So we'll go to thin dark, copy that. Paste it as unique. And it's going to be the same thickness as the regular panel. So 8 on that, and then for the border, that's going to be a width of 4. So panel container dark, border 4 all around, and content margin should be increased to 8. And then for the color on this, we'll just copy this felt color, put it in there, make it a bit darker, kind of like that. Can you do semi-transparent borders? You could. Don't think I will, but... Okay, so I like how that looks. So then now what we do here is we set this to just dark on the regular panel. And then we need to make another variation of the regular cardboard that's thin. I know we've got a bunch of different themes now, but... Oh, we got to do panel container thin. And this will extend from regular panel container. Yeah, this should be good. It'll give us a lot of control. Now go into panel container, copy this, go back into panel container thin, paste as unique. So basically the same thing except no more border, right? And our content margins will decrease to 6. So now on this option button here for our theme variation, we want to say panel container thin. Boom. Check that out. Did that change the corner size? 16 on all those. That's on the thin, and then what about thin dark? Oh, I did. So the thin one should be set to 10. And then the regular dark should be set to 16. Right. And panel container thin. I just screwed that up. I really buggered that up, didn't I? I went to the wrong one. I was on thin dark before. That should be 10 still. Okay, don't mess this up. Regular panel container dark. Boom. Corner radius 16. There we go. Lovely. Let's go take a look. Wait, I forgot to check the themes. I wonder if I could add metadata to a theme. Does that work? Is that a thing I can do? Like, can I do like some fancy stuff in here? I do actually really like how it gives you this overview. No, I don't think that's a thing. That's fine. We'll just check the strings. So, I'm gonna rename this panel material now. Instead of thin dark, that's stupid. I'm just gonna call it panel material felt. Right? Okay. So if the type variation is thin dark, or type variation is just dark, then do that. Otherwise, do the other one. Let's take a look, guys. It better be perfect. Whoa. Kind of crazy. And then I need to do the same thing on these guys over here. Which is the spin panel, I think I call it. Got some weird names. So this will become panel container dark, and then this one becomes panel container thin. I think the shadows also change, which let's go fix those. So what we had before on this guy, regular panel, the shadow size is 4 pixels minus 2, 2. But then on this one, it's 2 pixels minus 1, 1. So that's what it should be for the thin ones, right? I always forget I can just copy section values. It's like awesome. So for the thin ones, that's what we want to set for the shadow instead of the big one. And then thin dark. That one was already set. And then all we got to do is apply the normal shadow back to the regular dark one. There we go. Now, I don't like our buttons, but I think our buttons would be cool if they were red. That would be awesome. What if they were freaking red, guys? But not like a super overly saturated red that's annoying. Kind of like that. That's pretty cool. I kind of like this blue and red theme. Blue, red, tan. That's kind of neat. So maybe we do something like that. And I'll probably also apply another shader to these buttons then. I don't think they start with a shader, so it'll be fine. Okay. And then what material... It is almost, yeah. And what material will the buttons become then? It won't be felt, it won't be cardboard. I mean, the buttons could be paper. But I feel like the buttons almost need to be something like plastic. Right? Like something hard. Not a soft material. Why is there not a good plastic in here? I mean, paper is okay, but I think I'd prefer paper to stay as like a... maybe the background of like a panel or something, a very lightly used texture, because it's kind of very noisy, and I think if we put that on buttons, it'll be too much. I want like a shiny toy plastic, you know what I mean? Like something you'd see like a shiny... bubble wrap would be crazy. It's plastic dots. That maybe would be a vibe though, actually. Hold on. Like the little dots on it have like a texture? Maybe. Let's see what it looks like. Ooh, big. Didn't realize these had a size on them. Let's go back to this guy. Let's go pure white, which looks really weird. There's like the beveling amount. That looks stupid. There's metallic. And there's reflection blur. I do like the really shiny like this. It's kind of cool. Now, I think we need to decrease this size. So let's go down to... That's 85. What about 43? That might be fine. We might need to go even more than that. See, I want these little dots to be tiny. Right? This might be too big still. So let's go down to 22 or something. That looks pretty good on the seamless tiling. Let's give this a try. And then we gotta go do the usual where we fix the brightness stuff. So call this one, figure out the name. It'll be called Artboard. Rename to Plastic Bumps, just for fun. Down here, open up our plastic bumps. All right, first things first. Adjust, desaturate, filters, levels. Now I gotta brighten this guy up. Something kind of like that, probably. And it might be a little bit too noisy, so let's lower this mid-tone, right? Something like that. Let's go see what that looks like. So let's go create another material here for the panel. And we'll call this panel material bumps. I don't know what this material actually is, but, you know, fine. We don't have to know. So we got that guy. And yeah, let's try the red. I just kind of want to see what this looks like. So we're going to go into global. And now, if node is an animated button. All right. Now we're going to say node material is panel material bumps. Let's check it out. Whoa. It's like Legos. That's what it reminds me of right now. Oh, the texture stuff is weird. Look at that. It's like moving. That's kind of weird. Yeah, scarlet bubble wrap, exactly. So let's keep tweaking the colors now. We could probably lower the contrast a little bit on this UI. So like for the dark one, I think we could bring this brightness up a bit, just so it's not so crazy contrasty. Then on this one, bring it up. And maybe this one will be way more saturated like that, yeah. I just don't want the UI to be way too distracting, if that makes sense. And then we got to do that on the thin dark as well. Luckily, we just need the one. Okay, and then on these buttons, let's figure that out. So normal. Keep inching the brightness up. We need to make sure we still have plenty of contrast here. We don't have any border on this, but I wonder if the border would help. Kind of like that. I don't know. Why do I always spend so much time on UI? I don't know. Maybe just because I like good UI. But I think about this, all the games I've ever done, I like go crazy on the UI stuff for some reason. I don't ever like think about it, but like we go look at like all of these games. Pogo Rocket, I like did this crazy main menu stuff where you were like, you zoom into the CRT screen and and then lured in, I do a bunch of like, you know, I've got all the animations and the wiggles and all the crazy stuff. And now for this, it's like textured and I don't know. I do think good UI helps a lot though. I hate games that have ugly, nasty to use UI. I'm just gonna say it. I think Mecha Chameleon UI kind of sucks. It looks ugly. I'm just gonna say it. It's ugly. Looks like weird, like default Unity UI. You know what I mean? It's kind of gross. So, what is this? This must be like a really old thing in the UI or something. But anyways, I like good UI. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do with this red, if it should be like super saturated like this, but I think that's too much. I think we want something a little more mellow. I wonder if we should go more like purpley, you know, like this. Or maybe we just go completely wild and go green or something. Honestly, maybe like a nice dark green could be kind of nice. You know, something kind of like this. Like a very desaturated green. I do like the red, but it is quite aggressive. Like, it's almost like it contrasts way too much in a way. But the green, I actually kind of like the green. I'm kind of vibing with the green, guys. Like a really nice, desaturated, kind of almost bluish green like this. Dude, but wait, then the color change to the red when you hover over it is crazy. Oh my god. We might have to do that. We might have to keep that. That's kind of wild. I don't know. What are we thinking with this right now? Kind of fire. I'm not minding it. And we could do a whole different texture for the rich text, the line edits here. Another one for the tabs. Could be like some kind of cool little thing. Crazy. I need to adjust the brightness of the text because it's like too like gray. So I'll probably do that on these. You can go into here and do font color. By default, they're a little off-white, but I just think having a little more contrast on these would be good for our UI. I don't want it to be too difficult to read. I guess we'll do slightly off-white, but then for font hover color, that should be like pure white. Same with focus color. Boom. Right, that's better. I don't like how the line edits are like really dark. I feel like that needs to be fixed. So font color, let's bump that up. That just looks better to me. Is there shadows on here? I don't think there is on the line edits. There's no like shadow thing. It's a little sad. I might have to do some kind of little extra panel here for the line edit backgrounds. Maybe that could be paper, like you're writing on paper. We'll see, we'll see. But yeah. I go crazy for art. If the art looks bad, I don't even feel like working on the game. I feel that. I always do have a lot of fun with the art stuff. I mean, definitely like primarily I am a gameplay centric player and developer, you know, like I do focus on art stuff, but I prefer making sure that the gameplay stuff is more important. But still, I do have a lot of fun working on art with games like this, you know, and especially with Lurden doing all of those assets. It's just kind of fun. I don't know. Making things look cool. You know, like building out these epic scenes with effects and rain and I don't know. I just always enjoy doing that. I feel like it helps you go less crazy. Right? Like the programming is fun, but sometimes it's a lot. But if I get to take a break and work on like visual stuff like this, I think it's really nice. So I do actually kind of like the green turning into the red. That's crazy. I've never thought about it. It's just a pure accident, but it looks awesome. Yeah, I think I like where things are going. It'd be really cool if we did. Oh, the slider is. We're gonna have to do like something cool, like maybe the little circles, like a button. You know, maybe that's what we got to do. I want the game to look like it's like somebody's like, you know, arts and crafts project. I think that would be epic. At least it's the UI. Oh my goodness. These sounds do matter a lot, don't they? Oops. I messed up. The explosions are kind of satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. Baby's first game, yes. That's the energy, guys. This one we're good at it. I just start out, so it's not really fun. I mean, it's fair. It takes a long time to get to this point, right? This is not my first rodeo, so. Yeah, the slider. Oh yeah, if we made that look like a ribbon, that would be sick. I could give that another texture. I hope I don't like kill people's computers with all these shaders. The slider on this I might go ahead and do is not a shader, but just like a texture that just gets, you know, a 9-slice texture or whatever. That would be okay. The buttons and stuff, the larger blocks of visuals are harder to do that with just because, you know, it's like a big area, and when you do a tileable texture like that, there's like a minimum size then that it can be, and if it's too big, it prevents it. Like I lose a lot of customizability with the UI, so I would like to avoid that. That's why using just the flat rects as like a base color and then replacing over them with the texture is kind of very convenient. So I'll try and stick with that for now. But yeah, I feel like on these little buttons here, those could be probably a tiny bit wider. They are ever so slightly annoying to click on, so I think I'm gonna go set that up really quick. because they're usually pretty wide anyways. So on these, instead of 26, let's set it to like 32 for the width. That should be a little better. Oh yeah, now they're like squares. Cool. Then we got to do the tabs up here. I don't know what the tabs will be yet. Probably similar to the buttons, just because I like to have that sort of like brain thing where you see green texture means button. And so you look at the tabs and you know instantly that they're clickable because they look the same as the buttons. So I might do that, you know. Yeah, if we did like a ribbon for the slider, yeah, that'd be pretty cool. See what I can do. But anyways, I've been streaming for way too long now. It's been almost like, it's been over 5 hours, so I'm probably gonna end stream now and go eat because I'm really hungry. Because it's almost 9 p.m. now. But yeah. Anyways. Yeah. I think this game is pretty fun to work on, guys. It's so... I always love working on games that are small in scope. I feel like I have so much bandwidth to focus on the little minor details and polish that normally you don't like really get the chance to with a larger project. Because with Starground, it just felt like constantly it's like I cannot focus on these things because I gotta work on all the big problems with the game first. You know? But with this game, it's like it just works. There's no problems to work on. I just work on the cool things all the time. So, yeah, pretty fun. Anyways, barely anyone's on because it's so late, but Hypnotic, I think, lives in Australia, so he's still alive. Let's go raid Hypnotic. Hypnotic always streams for a really long time. I did. Oh yeah, I saw. Yeah, I do. Yeah. I saw your update, Oshik, so I do have to check it out, and I'm excited. I saw that. I think you've been working on like your save stuff. I've been following your updates on Blue Sky, so yeah. I'm not gonna check it out on stream right now, but if I get some time to tonight, I'll give it a play. So yeah, the custom map is bugged. That's all good. I don't have to worry about that right now. Yeah, let's go raid Hypnotic. Anyways, yeah, thank you gamers for coming in. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, it's just this thought. How do you like listen to everybody at the same time, Hypnotic, and still like do stuff and focus on developing? I don't understand. It's like you have like three. I have no idea. It really is a skill issue. I'm just not good enough. I'm not good enough of a streamer. I don't know. For me, if I have like multiple sources of audio, it's just too much to handle. Kind of wild. Anyways. Yeah, thank you gamers for coming in. Feel free to buy Lured In on Steam, join the Discord, and we'll be doing a public play test for this game probably kind of soonish. I think we're getting closer to it being in a good spot. So I'd like to, like, once we get the map stuff set up, we can start getting people coming in to test stuff. So yeah. Anyways, bye everybody. Thank you for coming in. We'll be live again Wednesday at 3:30 MDT. So see you guys then. Anyways, bye guys. Bye bye.